Howdy. Welcome back to Dion Talk. I hear a lot of people talking about wanting to retire early, and a barrier seems to be health insurance. And it doesn't frustrate me as much as the LLC thing does, but when we want to retire early, it's very easy for people to think, I'm going to need to eat, so I need some way to pay for that. I'm going to need to be able to get somewhere, so I need a way to pay for transportation. I need a way to pay for housing. I need a way to pay for every aspect of retiring and not having income from a job where we have to sell our life 1 hour at a time. And if this is your first time to my channel, the purpose of my content is to help the average individual realize that you can reach financial freedom in 10 years or less and make work completely optional, even if you're not starting from the best position. And it's a little frustrating if I'm saying you can make work optional within 10 years, and then a lot of people continue to work or find a job that they can put in minimum effort at where they still get benefits. Healthcare is that thing that is stopping people from being free. And even if you have to work somehow a part-time job for benefits, if that's a thing, I think most companies want you full-time to give you benefits, and you have to sell your life 1 hour at a time in order to get healthcare, you're not free. And that's the whole point of financial freedom, is being free. So I'm going to cover a couple of the options on how you can get healthcare while you don't get it from an employer. And then I'm going to cover why it shouldn't be the barrier that stops you from retiring early. Some people aren't even going to retire late because of healthcare. We have, before we retire, most of us have a job, and that's where our healthcare comes from. Some of us have a spouse who works, and the healthcare comes from that. Or they're in the military, and the healthcare comes from that. But somehow our healthcare coverage in the United States is coming from an employer paying for most of the premium. When that's you, you're still paying for healthcare. It's still an expense. Sometimes what you see coming out of your check is zero because your premiums are covered 100% by the employer. Meaning that employer, when they created your position or the org chart for that company, instead of allocating this much money towards paying people, they took an amount and set it aside for the healthcare cost. So your pay is reduced, kind of like a retirement account. If somebody says, I contribute for the match, great, get the match. It's free money for your retirement account. But if you're choosing between two companies and one has a retirement account and one doesn't, find out what their pay is. There's a good chance the one without a retirement account is paying you more money than the one that is matching you for retirement. Same thing with healthcare. The employer is paying a portion of what it costs to have you as an employee towards your healthcare. While we're working, if your employer has 50 or more employees, they are required to offer COBRA. So one of the first options is to use COBRA to extend your healthcare insurance when you quit your job. And a lot of people think, because we've talked to HR from a few years ago, that when you quit your job, and yes, not just being fired, if you quit your job, you just say, I'm done, I'm giving you my 2 weeks notice, I'm retiring, I'm not going to another company, you qualify for COBRA. Quitting is an event that qualifies you for COBRA. If you're fired for cause, like gross negligence or theft or something, there are ways where you might not qualify for COBRA, but if you just choose to quit, you still qualify for COBRA. Most people are going to get hit with sticker shock, because if your premium has been zero, that means your employer is covering 100% of the premium. And when you go on COBRA, now you are going to be responsible for that amount. And I am going to give some numbers as an example. If your premium is $50, $100, $150 a month, that means you've been paying probably 10% and your employer is paying 90% of the cost of that healthcare. So you could switch to COBRA, and there is a drawback to switching to COBRA, because when you quit working at your job, and this is why you want to do your research before you commit to doing anything, quitting your job is an event that would let you enroll in a healthcare plan that isn't from your employer. Something like the American Care Act, or Obamacare that they call it, or to private insurance. I mean, you've got a few different options to enroll, but a lot of times open enrollment is a certain time, like November or December, end of the year, when you can enroll, unless you have a qualifying event. Sometimes when you start a job with a company, they can enroll you in their healthcare the next first of the month after you start, or first day. But If you quit having healthcare and then you want back on it, you have to enroll at a certain open enrollment time. Getting fired is a qualifying event to get healthcare outside of the open enrollment time. Quitting your job is a qualifying event. If you extended your insurance from your employer with COBRA and then voluntarily stop using COBRA, that is not a qualifying event that lets you pick up healthcare outside of the open enrollment period. So make sure you've done your research before you choose to extend with COBRA, because it could cause you to have several months where you don't have coverage, which, according to Murphy, is when all of the things are going to go wrong with you. For years, when you quit your job, you had 60 days to opt into choosing to continue COBRA. And I think the rules were HR had 60 days to contact you or something like that. But that was the window. Since the pandemic hit, we have 60 days to enroll in COBRA from the date the COVID emergency ends, which, although we've got away with mask mandates and other things, there's still a COVID emergency going. So check with your company's HR on how long the timeline is to be able to enroll in COBRA. Remember, you're going to have sticker shock because it's 100% of the cost of the premium. So if you're going to use the ACA, America's Care Act, or Obamacare, a lot of people think it's income dependent. So many people heard in the beginning, you had to make $47,000 or less as a single person and blah, blah, blah money or less as a family. And then it was per person. And there was all these criteria, and it changes every year on how much that amount of money is. But that's to get the tax credits to lower the cost of that insurance. You can make more money and qualify for those insurance plans. If you make more money, you're just not going to get the tax credits. That makes that a really affordable way to get insurance. So don't think that income is going to be a barrier. For private insurance, if you've been contributing to an HSA, like a retirement account specifically for healthcare, you can put money in there. It has 3 tax benefits. While you're working, you can contribute to an HSA if your company has it. It's pre-tax money like a 401k or a retirement plan. It can grow without being taxed. That gain is not taxed. And if you take withdrawals for qualifying expenses, it's not taxed. So it's got 3 different versions of a tax benefit. The really cool thing with an HSA is when you stop working, COBRA, the expense of COBRA is a qualifying expense. So you can use HSA funds to cover COBRA. You can actually use HSA funds to cover the cost of Medicare payments if you're 65. So that's actually one of the good uses for it, is to cover the cost of premiums, qualifying expenses. The really cool thing when it comes to the ACA program and that income dependency, especially for investors, which I'm hoping that is who is watching my channel, people who are investing to reach financial freedom. Hopefully we've been clear that you can't save your way to financial freedom. You learn how to save so you can invest and put that money to work to reach financial freedom. But here's an example. Last year, I ran a truck driving school, income 6 figures. If I wanted to use ACA, it would be based off that income, and I would have the highest premium cost there could be. But last year, I also had 6 figures in income from rental properties. So had I retired early last year with rental income, so no W-2 income, and now I have rental income, it's based on net rental income. So, and I am very transparent on my channel. I share the numbers, so don't sue me, bro. I want people to understand exactly how this works, what the numbers are, how much you get per property, how much the down payments were, what the closing costs were, my interest rates. Like, I try to share numbers as transparently as possible. I'm just checking to make sure there's not all these people saying, hey, your sound's not on. So if you ever really want to mess with somebody during a live stream, just keep saying over and over, the sound's not working. My profit in 2021, according to my taxes, and so after principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and setting aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy, so all of the money taken out, what was left was $128,000 in profit. But because of the way the tax system works, the government wants there to be investors to create housing. They want you to build, they want you to rehab, they want you to create rentals, because not everybody wants to own a house. A lot of people want to, but a lot of people can't afford the maintenance, the upkeep, don't want to be so stationary. There's a lot of reasons why people don't want to buy a house. So the government wants to incentivize people to buy properties. It's almost like Congress has got several hundred people in there that make the laws that own rental properties. So weird. What are the odds that they would make laws that benefit people who own rental properties? We get to use write-offs and depreciation on that income. And with $128,000 of profit, like money in my account after all expenses and filling reserve accounts, this was my net rental income. I lost $8,900 that I'm carrying forward to next year in rental income. So if I wanted to use the ACA, the American Cares Act to get healthcare insurance, and I didn't have a W-2 because I was retiring early and I was just going off of my rental income, my net rental income is negative. So as a person who retires early with rental income, one of the benefits is you're going to probably qualify as long as you're, still have depreciation left. You were buying and you have the ability to get write-offs. You're probably going to have one of the best expense, amounts every month for healthcare. I have also had people talk about the reason they want to be an expat is because when you're in the United States, it's about $600 a month per person to have insurance. It's closer to $9 now after the last 2 years. So $900 a month per person to have healthcare in the United States, and somewhere between $60 and $100 to have healthcare outside the United States. So you have a lot of expats in like Medellin, Colombia, or Pattaya, Thailand, or Koh, where I'm going to end up in Thailand. But healthcare shouldn't be the driving factor for putting you there. For me, it's going to be crystal clear water, scuba diving, warm temperatures, and people still like Americans there. But your healthcare expense is an expense. So you have several different options. You can extend COBRA, but has a timeline on how long it would last. So check with your HR department and how your company's set up. The COVID caused that to change. You can, the Obamacare packages, the private, you can use short-term. The problem with short-term insurances is they usually only cover, major expenses. They won't usually handle anything that's pre-existing. So if you have a pre-existing condition, the ACA is much better. They won't let you enroll if you are pregnant. So pre-existing conditions can be a problem there. You also have faith-based groups that create, like your employer gets a discount on insurance because it's signing up a bunch of people. Well, there are faith-based groups that sign up a bunch of people and get those discounts. So there's a bunch of ways to get it, but that's not what matters. How you pay for it, or what you're going to pay for it, and how you get it. That's just a Google search. You literally go to your Google search bar, and instead of typing in one rental at a time, you're going to type in, how do I get healthcare now that I don't have a job and I'm not 65 yet? Here's the part I want you to understand. It's an expense. My friend Beth pointed this out perfectly. It's a line item in the expense column. So if you've been self-employed, or if you want to retire early, you're just looking at it like, I need to eat. I want $1,000 a month for food on a small budget because I don't ever want to have to worry about what I'm going to eat. I want to drive somewhere. So I have a duplex that I actually call the vehicle duplex. When I purchased it, it cash flowed somewhere between $800 and $900. Now it's over $1,400 a month in cash flow from the vehicle duplex. So it's entirely possible that I just bank that money up and then go buy a vehicle, or I might go buy a vehicle and use that money to bank the payments and the insurance and the upkeep and the registration. So the entire cost of that vehicle would come from the vehicle duplex. So you need a healthcare duplex, or fourplex, or 2 duplexes. The size of your family dictates how much it's going to cost per person. Age is a factor. The older we get, the more health insurance is going to cost until you hit 65 and you qualify for Medicare. And then when you get close to 65, you want to do the research on that, because if you don't apply for Medicare in a certain amount of time, you get a penalty for not applying by that time. Topic for another video. And I think probably a different audience. So there's logistics, how you get the insurance. But the main thing is, and this is the same as the LLC, it's why I referenced it at the beginning of this video. Don't let you thinking you have to have an LLC be the reason why you don't invest. Don't let you thinking you need healthcare insurance be the reason you don't pull the trigger on retiring early. You have a freedom number. That freedom number includes housing, transportation, food, entertainment, healthcare, guns, travel, a couple things like that. Figuring out what that number is, pad it for safety. For me, I think it would take $30,000 to $40,000 a year coming in because I house hack and I generally drive paid off cars because I use the money from the vehicle duplex. So it doesn't take me much to live, right? But if I had a spouse, tried that, didn't stick. If I had kids that still lived with me, I would just say, instead of a duplex, I probably need 2 or the 4plex. An asset for every expense. And then pad it to retire early. BiggerPockets had David Green had a video up a while ago saying, don't retire on cash flow. And it wasn't clickbaity. It was just, it makes you think, is that really what he's saying? But really what he said was, if you need $30,000 a year to retire and you get $30,000 a year in cash flow, you don't retire. But if you need $30,000 a year in cash flow to retire and you have $90,000 a year in cash flow, now it's an option. That I totally agree with that. So it takes me 30 to 40 to retire somewhat comfortably. Cash flow this year, if nothing changes and I don't find my next property that I'm looking for, I'm set to make about 136,000. I need to do the math on that because the binder strategy just kicked in on 3 more properties. And so the cash flow is it's like just under 14,000 a month. So 14 times 12, whatever that is. So I think it's so weird. You should buy some rental properties. It pays off. It's exponential and hard to keep track of those numbers. So that is 17 minutes that will be taken out and put into another video if I ever stop being lazy, because I say I'm going to do that at the beginning of every live stream when I cover a topic. If this is the first time to my channel, my live streams basically go until the questions stop coming in. I don't expect you to sit here for 3 hours with me, but if you have good questions or you want to hear good questions, these live streams do tend to last about 3 hours. And while the topic at the beginning was healthcare, that is not what the questions need to be about. My content is designed to help you. I don't give relationship advice. I don't give stock advice. I don't give parenting advice. I think my kids turned out great, but that was absolutely an accident. They're just amazing people, and it wasn't me doing that. But I do give advice on buy and hold real estate, house hacking, self-managing, cash flow, sourcing deals, systems to make it work like a business, systems to make it easy so you want to add more properties. And so the questions can be anything in that realm. You can actually literally ask me anything. I've answered every question that's come up so far. Words are hard. Before I get into the questions, the last thing I'm going to say is I am in the middle of recording chapter 8 for the audiobook for Michael Zuber's book, 15 Conversations with Real Estate Millionaires. He had his first book, One Rental at a Time, and I found it around 2018 after I'd already reached financial freedom. The year I was reaching financial freedom, and I was listening to the book, and I hated the audio. It's like a robot voice that Amazon used. I love the content. I remember sitting there thinking, if I had heard this in 2014 or 2012, my journey would have been not only easier, but I would have had more confidence that it was going to work, because I held out exactly at 4 properties. I was reaching financial freedom. It didn't take 50. It didn't take, dozens of units. It didn't take creative financing. They were all from the MLS, all with traditional lending. Like it was the not the recipe book or the cookbook, but like the instruction manual on how to do what I did. So I was really happy to find it, but the audio was bad. So I'm recording this book for Mike so that he doesn't use the Amazon version of whatever that was again. But I found out that Amazon is super picky and you have to record just right. And literally the last 2 days here in Florida, the birds outside are too loud, can't record. So if you're listening to it someday and you hear birds in the background, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to make sure that I found quiet times. And then it rained, and so there's thunder and the roof is loud. So the world is against me recording this book, but I'll get there. So I'm going to say hello to everybody and get through the questions. And as we're going, I'm hoping that you have questions about financial freedom. And I either probably have a pretty good answer, or I know the content creator to send you to, because I work with other people on YouTube and I know which ones I like what they've done. And there are some that have done a lot of things I haven't done. So I'll know who to send you to. Howdy, Tom. Howdy, Joseph. Howdy, Janet. Good afternoon, everybody. Howdy from Torrance, California. Charlie. Howdy, but not today. CJ. Howdy. Dawn May. Howdy. Tom, 7 hours to drive and you get 4 hours to listen. There you go. So I'm going to try to keep you awake. Every now and then I'll just scream, look out. Chester. Howdy. Good evening. CJ. Hello, fellow amigos. Howdy. Hola, amigos. ¿Cómo está ustedes? Laura. Hi, Laura. How are you? Thanks for saying hello to everybody. Appreciate it. Adam. Howdy. Sell a condo with $450 monthly HOA, $1,895 monthly rent. Oh, $90,000, $150 equity. So okay, there's a question mark at the end. So I think that's a question. So is it sell it or keep it? The question is always, the first question to me is always the same whenever it comes to equity. So you owe 90, you have 150 in equity. So really the question is, what am I doing with this equity? The first question is always the same. If you're going to sell it, take out a home equity line of credit or refinance it, either with a new mortgage or a second, do you have a place, an actual place to redeploy the funds to get a good enough return to justify the loss of the first asset and any debt you create on the new asset? And not theoretically, in my area, we usually get around a 10% cash on cash. So if I was to sell this, I'd take 150 and that's going to get me $15,000 a year in profit. So that's not how that works. An actual property, an address on the MLS that you have a good shot of getting at that price. You're not going to get overbid. You're not going to be the one that loses it. Could you actually put that money to work, especially if you're going to use something like a 1031 exchange to move the tax obligation to the next property? Because there's a very strict timeline for that. Personally, I wouldn't want to own a condo because an HOA, your fee is not the problem. You said $450 a month HOA fee. You might get a $20,000 bill because they want to fix, upgrade, or replace something or put in like a new gate or something that you don't even think needs done. And it's called a random assessment. And if it was, $1,000 or $2,000, you can pad for that and plan for it like a CapEx expense or maintenance fees. But random assessments can kill the deal with an HOA. There's a couple of other problems. One is specifically from my situation. I find that HOAs are generally full of people who have nothing better to do than mess with their neighbors. And if you're not in the good old boys club of knowing everybody in there, you're going to get told you can't paint your fence that color, but someone else can. And you can't have a dumpster in your yard, but someone else can. And whatever the rules are will apply to you and not them unless you're in that group. And then, there's a reason why the memes go around of a group of Karens is called an HOA board. But your HOA in their CCNRs and the rules for your HOA will dictate, and this happened to a friend of mine, buys a condo in an HOA that is a rental, and he's renting it out. Tenant's in there for like 5 years. Tenant moves out. At the point the tenant moves out, that entire HOA was above their threshold for the allowable number of rentals. He either had to move in or sell the place because he couldn't rent it out again. So there's a lot of risks with an HOA that I just don't want to take. It's actually one of the things in my search criteria. No HOAs, no foreclosures, no short sales. Just a couple things that I just don't want to deal with. So that would move the pendulum over towards selling for me. But I would still start with the first question of, is there a place you can put the money to work? I hope that helps. CJ, the what? Chester. Listening in background while eating dinner, because BG in WoW is a battle group or battleground, and I was like, oh, you're playing WoW, but that's not what you're doing. Phil, howdy. Don't let Tom down. Exactly. Claude, howdy. Chester, fortunately, you and I have VAMC. Might not be the best, but better than zero. Is that the VA medical coverage? Yeah, I'm not going to recommend that a lot of people go to a war and get blown up a couple times to get healthcare. It's just probably not the best plan. You definitely don't want to get the enemy marksmanship award. Tom, Cobra Kai, exactly. Nick, Howdy. Good evening from Tejas. How's it going in Texas? My niece is actually moving to Texas. I actually don't know which part. I should probably ask. My niece has actually got this exact same tattoo. We got them at the same time. Tom, I will have to watch this 4 times. Awesome. Good. So that's how healthcare works. Hopefully it helps. My Earth Guide. Howdy from Bellingham, Washington. I delivered Wilcox Dairy to Bellingham. It was my route for a long time. It's literally a 3-hour drive up, 6 hours of deliveries, and 3-hour back. It was like a 16-hour day. It was great. Bill, howdy. Jay, howdy. Has anyone asked about HSAs? That was mentioned in the book, I Will Teach You to Be Rich. So they haven't yet. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the video that HOAs have a few things that are, I'm personally against retirement accounts. I don't like the idea of locking up money and giving up control, no matter the benefit. Because when I invest in real estate, I'm getting so many benefits. Every penny that I put into real estate gets me cash flow now. Usually first year, 10% to spend, save, and invest right now. Usually 20% or better by year 3. Appreciation on 4 times what I'm investing because I use a mortgage. Principal pay down, the tenants are paying off the mortgage. And with the tax benefits of real estate are way better than the tax benefits of even an HSA, which has 3 different tax benefits, because I'm carrying forward a loss to next year to where I can even have more profit than what would bring me down to 0, and I would still be able to not pay taxes on rental income. But when it comes to healthcare, if you have it with your company and you've been contributing, there are some really good uses. You can use an HSA to pay for your COBRA when you extend it. You can use HSA to pay for premiums because it's a qualifying expense. There are the 3 tax benefits to HSAs. It's pre-tax money like a retirement account. It can grow tax-free because it's in an account. And when you use a qualifying expense to take the money out, there's no penalty. So they can be useful, but they make my eye twitch because I don't like retirement accounts. Mostly because I tried to max out my retirement accounts before I got into investing. If you know somebody who doesn't invest in real estate or doesn't have a model for investing to get the benefits that I ticked off, retirement accounts are great. Do put your money somewhere. It can be used as a reserve when you go to buy something later. Roths are better than 401ks. I mean, there's a whole studying subset of what retirement accounts would work best for you. But when you develop an investing strategy that's just better than anything retirement accounts have to offer, I still contribute for the match because I don't, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to pass up free money, but it irritates me. I don't like contributing for the match and then that money's locked away. Don't like it. Quick segue. I'm going to dedicate this video to our sponsor of the evening, which is Grant Cardone's 10X. The 10X vodka going on. Probably not named after his book. Where was I at? I haven't drank any vodka yet. It's not that. Yep, I Will Teach You to Be Rich. HSA is one in there. So, My Earth Guide, Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act. Thank you. I know it was ACA. That part I mentioned. Pallavi. Howdy. Good evening, and everyone. Hans Solo. Howdy. Looking forward to today's session as always. Thank you. Me too. I appreciate that people are willing to come here and ask questions to show me what content I need to make, either talk about here or sometimes how to get the best interest rates came from a question during a live stream. So I thought I need to do a short live stream on that exact question. So I appreciate the questions. Chester, the January River, or in Portuguese, Rio de Janeiro. Nice. Phil. Hey, other than leases ending or month to month, do you time your binder talks in any way? Closed on number 2 quad today and rents are 200 low. 1 using Matt's reverse strategy offering to keep all tenants. Awesome. Great. And if you use the binder strategy, you're really giving the tenants a chance to stay. So you're actually standing by what your strategy was. I don't use the binder right away. After I close on a property, you didn't get to vet those tenants. You don't know if they're going to pay their rent on time. Running a background check or a credit score wouldn't matter to me. And if you did that, you'd want to pay for it yourself and not incur a new cost on the tenants, especially if they're on an existing lease. You don't know if they get noise complaints. You don't know if they're going to call you for super trivial things. Like those are my 3 things I really want to know about tenants. So I wait about 2 months. This gives me time to vet the tenants. And so far, I've kept all of them that I wanted to. There was one about the fourplex owner occupied, so I did cash for keys to help a tenant move because I had to move in. But all the other times I've been able to keep the tenants. I've had to educate a couple on what trivial things are when you call a landlord and when you don't call a landlord, and how sometimes something like a broken drawer can wait till the weekend. Things like that. In those 2 months before I use the binder strategy, that gives me time to do small things. I put in the coded locks. I put in the motion sensor LED lights on the exterior of the building, replacing porch lights. So not adding a new light, just replacing them so the tenant still has a switch they can operate. And it uses a lot less electricity and has like a 30-year bulb. So lasts 30 years and doesn't have a bulb. And then I asked the tenants if there was anything that they would like fixed. I actually word it this way. I said, hey, if you own this place tomorrow, what's the first thing you would change or fix? And my first real estate agent I was working with told me never to do that because tenants might ask for something super big, like they want to add a new room or pave the driveway or whatever. But it hasn't happened. Every time so far, the tenants have asked for really small things like, I would like a screen door, or the remote for the fan doesn't work, so I need a new fan or remote. It's been really simple things. So new coded locks, lights, and asking the tenant what they would like to have fixed sets you up for 2 months that tenant knows you're going to be an active landlord who actually takes care of things, which that's the goal. You want to actually take care of things, making the binder strategy go much better. And my chat moved, which I appreciate. That means people are asking questions. That's great. Rick, howdy. Chester, curious, how many people do you think are digital nomad landlords with properties here in the US but live elsewhere? A lot. A friend of mine, Michael Jewell, lives in Brazil, and it's got 6 rentals, I think, in the States, and that's just one. It's a ton of people do that, especially if you go the route of having property management to where you're really kind of hands off. And you've built a relationship with them before you move out of the country. It's probably easier to get your systems up and running and then expat than it is to go to another country and buy at a distance, which a lot of military people do. They have a bunch of options when they're stationed somewhere else. There's actually a really good group called Active Duty Passive Income for anybody in the military who's stationed anywhere else but wants to get into investing. They have a website and they are on Facebook, and that's usually people coming in, veterans who've invested and relating it to how things work for people in the military. But I don't know about the percentage. I just know that it would be a significant number. Chester, you did the math. 168,000. Holy crap. Huh. Yeah, the binder strategy is amazing. I saw a 20 to 28% increase on rents across the board. And the tenants are, for the most part, every one of them's happy. I've got one who's buying a house and one who's moving out of the state. And the one who is buying a house, I was like, hey, that's a great idea. And I want to help you get on the property ladder. Here's an agent you can work with. Here's a lender. And this is, any advice I can give or whatever. Because it's when I do the binder, it's not that I don't want tenant turnover. I don't want to displace somebody that, like, to benefit me to make them move out of their house would suck. But when I'm doing the binder strategy, there are times where I hope they don't want an increase and they just move. Like I really only have one single family house on a property, but I have another that's a triplex of a single family house and a duplex. The single family house, and sometimes they watch my content, so if you're there, great. Hey, I was doing the binder strategy, and in my mind, I was thinking, I really hope they just move, because it's a single family, even though it's a triplex really. But I wanted to do short-term rental. I would get probably $4,000 a month there instead of close to $2,000 with their rents. And instead of moving, they asked for a $335 a month increase, which is a big increase for them. Gets me closer to where I want to be. Expenses have gone up, so this is totally justified. They're still below the area average rents, but I don't get to do the short-term rental. So it compromises when both sides lose something, right? And so across the board, the binder strategy has had that much of an impact on, is that really what it is? 14 times 12? $168,000. So 128 to 168, $40,000 a year increase. And I did buy a property last year in May. So there is a few months where I didn't have about $1,000 a month in cash flow. But you should buy some rentals. This is awesome. Like, money is great. Jimena, hola mija, ¿cómo está? When you message somebody on Facebook and you have your Facebook account deleted, they can't respond. So I didn't ignore your message. I couldn't respond. Just so you know. Adam, howdy. My Earth Guide. What is the best way to find multifamily? So 4 units or less, or 5 units or more would be a bit different. LoopNet and some other strategies, commercial agents to set up auto searches for 5. You can use a regular agent to find residential 5 units or more. All of my properties are 4 units or less because up until this point, I love 30-year fixed rate debt, which comes from 4 units or less. I do now have access to people like Convoy Home Mortgage, and they've been on my channel. I've got another video of theirs coming out where they have 30 and 40-year fixed rate debt on up to 8 units. So up to 8 units, I've got offers out on a 5 unit. Here's how I source my deals. And if I was a wholesaler or a flipper or somebody who needed more access to deals, I would do things like mailers, check county court records for divorces, people passing away, out-of-state investors with tax obligations, all of the different ways to be creative and find deals. I don't do that. I'm a buy and hold investor who buys. In the beginning, it was one property every 2 years as I saved up down payments and found a great deal. Now it's every 6 months to a year. I have a video I'm going to be doing with the 3 amigos this week where I'm hoping, and I also should make a video on, you need a group, like 3 to 4 people that are trying to do the same thing or have done the same thing. So they're thinking about the same things. I'm actually going to have Michael Zuber and Matt the Lumberjack Landlord tell me what my best options are. I'm going to lay out my different options, and then they're probably going to tell me options I didn't think about. And so they're like a peer group of investors. My portfolio is this big, and theirs is, portfolio envy. But I believe I'm going to get the best advice in a peer group like that, where you should have, and I got this from a channel that I've been binging lately, which I should know the name of. I'll look it up before this is over. On communicating with people, even outside of this format, that are trying to do the same thing to help you make your decisions better. How I find my multifamily deals. I have at least 3 agents with auto searches set up. So even if I was an agent with full access to the MLS, searching is nuanced. I have an email that is basically copy and paste. I want in this footprint, these 2 counties. I'm looking for a small multifamily. I took out the price limit because once you've been investing and get tax returns with rental income on them more than 2 years, the price really, there is no limit to what you can borrow. You can borrow the amount of the down payment you've saved up because they're going to base it on rental income of the properties you're buying. So everything changes after those first 2 years. I have things in that email like no HOAs, no foreclosures, no short sales, and then a couple of other red flags I think that I have spelled out in there. And I copy and paste that email to each agent. And in 10 years, those agents have only sent me the same deal once within 24 hours. If a property sits on the MLS for 2 or 3 weeks, yeah, they eventually all kind of get it to me in their funnel. But I make my offers within hours of a listing hitting the MLS. Speed is your friend, especially in a seller's market. And that's how I found my small multifamily. So find the area that you're going to search in, get auto searches set up. Sometimes I've had people say, you find an agent who's willing to do that. And yeah, if you're a real estate agent and somebody approached you with that, if they were a home buyer and you were going to take them to 5 to 10 houses and do walkthroughs and hold their hand and spend a bunch of time, you want to sign an exclusivity agreement where they only work with you. Totally get it. I have them set up an auto search and then they never hear from me again until a property comes that I want to make an offer on. So 20 to 30 minutes of work one time to set up that auto search for a possible commission. And I get this from Matt, the Lumberjack Landlord. You have to dance with the one who brung you. So if somebody sends you a deal, you make sure they get their commission. Like it's their deal. A small community in real estate, and you are going to have a reputation. Do what you say you're going to do. And my goal is actually to get the agents a commission, because my last couple of deals, my agents have called me and said, did you see this one? I know it's in the auto search, but I just want to make sure you saw it. And that was the deal that I was going to make the offer on. So like they were proactively trying to get me a deal because they know I make sure they get their commission. Never negotiate down a commission. Make them profit, and they will want you to profit. Hope that helps. Alec, howdy. How much do you put away for managing your properties from your gross yearly income? So that is a great question. There is a video. I'm going to go over it here right now because you asked the question. But there's a video on my channel called How Much in Reserves. So if you just go to YouTube, How Much in Reserves, Dion Talk should come up. It's based on the size of your portfolio. And you can make this as complicated or as simple as you want to. And my goal is simple. So when I had 7 units or less, I kept $10,000 in an account. And whenever I bought a property, I set aside 10% of gross rents for repairs and maintenance, including CapEx, and 5% for vacancy. Even though in my area, I've got a list of 10 people waiting for a place to open, I still set aside 5% for vacancy because there's going to be the cost of the tenant flip. Flooring, paint, whatever you're going to have to do adds up over time. So 15% is being set aside. If you're going to use a property manager, you want to set aside for that too, but I self-manage. Over time, rents go up, mortgages stay pretty much the same. So I will factoring in property management in the future when I don't want to do it anymore. Someday I will have a property manager, but not today. When that account got to 10,000, the reserve account, that 15% does not then become money that I can spend because I need the money that I'm going to spend, right? That money goes into the investing account. So the ability to buy the next property is sped up if that reserve account is full. So that if I have to use those reserves and then funnel that money back in to fill the account, I'm not cutting into my ability to live the life I want. I'm just slowing down the next investment to the pace it was supposed to be at anyways. That way, I do this on every property. It has to make sense and get my yield with money being set aside for reserves and maintenance, even if my reserve account is full, so that each asset on its own is self-sustaining. Once I get over 7 properties, there's Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it probably will. Murphy's fourth corollary is if any sequence of events can go wrong, they probably will, and in the worst possible order. So as you scale to a bigger portfolio, more things are going to go wrong and in a bad order. So I raised it to $30,000. So currently at 16 units, I have $30,000 sitting in that reserve account that just doesn't get touched unless I really need to, like an emergency. I still factor 10% and 5%, so 15% total of all my properties would be to fill that reserve account if it ever dipped below the 30,000. When it's capped off, that $3,000 a month or so, 15% of the rents, is being funneled into the next investment account, not the lifestyle account, just like when it was at 10,000. This is while I'm working, while I have a W-2. I love my job. I don't see me quitting. But if I did and get fired, the company could sell. I could decide that I like every day being Saturday. Whatever thing could change. I would raise the reserves from 30,000. I would probably double it, or 50 or 60,000. That's enough sitting there when I'm not working to cover any expenses that might possibly come up. But anything above that number needs to be put to work to make life better, to invest for more cash flow. But there's a video with more details on that too. How much in reserves? Cool. Chester, is there a forward doctor in Washington or a bunch of them here in DC area? I don't know what a forward doctor is. No, actually, I have no idea. Unless you're talking about a forward observer doctor that's been in a combat zone. Don't know. So you'll have to ask again, Chester. Sorry. Phil, marine that audiobook. I want to marine it, but I can't hear him now. So it's like the one time there's no birds going on. What is up with the birds in Florida? First, it's the bugs. Everybody's got this screen net around their house, like an extra house around their house. And then the birds come right to the side of the building and you can't record anything. So I'm working on it though. We'll get there. Subi, howdy. Chester, sounds like Murphy's fourth corollary is in effect while you're recording Zuber's book. So it's funny. Decided to come off background listening for a bit. It's a good topic. Awesome. Mikkel Turumbar, probably said that all kinds of wrong. Howdy. From Wichita, Kansas. Nice. Daniel, howdy. Is there a time you think flipping makes more sense than buy and hold? If you're looking for a job, Yes. I work with so many people that want to do wholesaling or flipping because they don't have the capital to get into investing. So they think it's a way to generate capital. And there's a few stories where that worked. And I usually refer people to like Lily Thompson on YouTube. She has her own channel where she does wholesaling. Um, she's probably branched out into a bunch of other stuff now, but I don't ever want to flip something. Michael Zuber flipped a bunch of properties last year, and then he had to write a 6-figure check to the IRS. I don't mind paying taxes when we're required to, but I don't want to pay more than I have to. And if you held it and you add that depreciation to your schedule, you add the cash flow, you add the tax benefits instead of the tax obligation. If you start having a problem property, tenant turnover, police there all the time, and it's the area you got into a bad deal, sure, a flip might make more sense. I am not an entrepreneur, so I'm the wrong person to ask that. If you wanted to hear me say, here's an apples to apples, this is when I would invest and this is when I would flip because of math. And to me, that's not just math. I'm a buy and hold person. I want to buy the property, put it, put the systems in place, get a tenant in there, maybe send a text once a month or so to talk to that person, or maybe some once every 6 months. Flipping is a job. It's episodical. Stop working, money stops coming in. So your goal, not my goal, your goal would determine if you want to flip or wholesale or buy and hold. I don't ever want to flip. I don't even want to, retire from my job and get all this time freedom and then say, well, I've got all this time now. I'm really good at this real estate thing. Maybe I should flip some properties to make some money. If I retired right now, and according to math, I'm going to make $168,000 this year. I don't need money from flipping. So buy and hold got me that freedom. Flipping might have got me capital in the beginning, but it also might have got me in a bind, because right now, I think flippers are in the biggest danger of messing up like 2008. You start a project 2 years ago, you mess up, supply chain issues, delay everything. You mess up your timeline, your contractor's too busy, you get the wrong contractor, you switch contractors, so it takes you 6 months to do a deal instead of 1 month. Appreciation saved you. You look like a genius. You made $100,000 instead of $40,000 because it took you too long. Well, now prices are still going up, but interest rates are going up and buyers are backing off. So now a delay or a mistake with your after repair value or your anything like that's going to be a huge problem. I don't feel that risk when I do buy and hold. Rents would have to drop 50% for me to be, even at that, I'm not pulling money out of my own pocket to cover my expenses. And I've never seen a 10% rent decrease in my life. And so that's half a century where I haven't seen that. So 50%, I feel confident that I'm going to be fine. But with flipping, there's a lot of slips between a lip and a cup, and I think they're going to make them. So it's probably not what you wanted to hear, but I'm on the buy and hold side. But to be fair, that's how I started the video. I said, I don't do relationship advice or parenting advice, but I advise on buy and hold real estate and cash flow and that kind of stuff. So great question though. Julie. Howdy. Yeah, I'm considering putting EV charging stations in each garage bays of your apartment. They are open, no doors. Do you have any knowledge of this? We could revisit this. We might have to, because I haven't studied that at all. I would look at how many of your tenants have electric vehicles, and Washington State is imposing a lot of fines and extra payments if you own an EV because you're not paying fuel tax on the road. So there's a big push in Washington to not own EVs until the year that it's required. And there's going to be about a backlash that might push that. So I don't know if we're there yet, but I would say that's something we're probably going to have to return to after I would study it, because I haven't looked into that myself. I did see a really neat EV pickup the other day, not the Tesla one, a different one. We're getting there. Technology is not there yet to have it like at every house, especially you have a bays of my apartment. I would find out right now how many of your tenants have EVs or have the income to have an EV. That would be where I would start with that. WT, howdy. Julie, I can't find anyone doing this. My governor is mandating electric vehicles by 2030. He is. I thought they moved it to 2034 already, but it could be 2030. Maybe that was California. That was 2034. Yeah, our governor is insane. So, and then the chat moved. Sorry. Which is good. I love that the chat moved. There's a bunch to go through. WT, we have the same situation. We retired early and have no Medicare yet. How do we search for those affordable insurances? So if you weren't here at the beginning, WT, the first 17 minutes of this video lays out those. The Affordable Cares Act is one, especially if you retired early, depending on what your income is as retired. A lot of people think that you have to make under a certain amount to use that insurance, and that's not true. You have to make under a certain amount to get the subsidies or the tax credit that makes it a lot more affordable. But if you're investing in real estate, it uses net rental income. So we talked about this at the beginning, and I share numbers. $128,000 in profit last year, but I'm carrying forward an $8,900 loss on paper. So with rentals, because of depreciation and write-offs, it's very easy to show a net income that makes it the Affordable Cares Act very affordable. Almost like that's what the word means. Your COBRA is probably, depending on when you quit working. If you quit working during the pandemic, you have until 60 days after the COVID emergency is over to use COBRA, where in most years we had 60 days after you stopped working. So that could be an option, but COBRA is it is the premium that your employer and you were paying together is your cost. So that might not be the best option, and your company would know how to get a hold of that COBRA through your HR department. The rest of it really literally is a quick Google search. The one thing I missed at the beginning I meant to talk about, if you go to private insurance, use a broker. There's no fee. Brokers for insurance, and insurance people can correct me down below if you want, but if you go to a website and you find insurance yourself, you're paying a broker fee. Like, it's baked into all of those programs. So if you're going to get insurance, I would use a broker because they don't upcharge you for using their service. They're paid from the insurance company, and the insurance is the same cost to you whether you use the broker or got it yourself. Forgot that in the beginning. So I would make a memory joke here, but my memory forgot. Yeah. Tom, Philippines has a VA. So you're saying in the Philippines, there's a VA hospital? Because when I see VA in Philippines, I think virtual assistant. That's interesting. So expat is a VA with healthcare from the military. Oh, it's something I haven't looked into. Dale, howdy. Put an offer on a 4-bed, 2-bath duplex in Cleveland, Ohio this past Sunday. Did not get it. Awesome. Well, good job for putting in the offer. I'm still tracking 20 plus offers to get one accepted. I think I'm at like 12 in a row now where I don't have it accepted, but things are sitting on the market longer now with higher interest rates. And I think we're going to start to see more motivated sellers. So on to the next one. Jay, cheers. Cheers. 10x, 53 minutes, almost made it an hour. Many a slip twixt a cup and a lip, right? Larry took back a message to make me lose sleep and wonder forever what he said. And IOC, what is that? Loco Edify? Great name, because I can't pronounce it. Chester, thank you for the video on the various business systems that Three Amigos of Fi did to acquire and rent out your properties. Thanks. That was actually a fun video to make because 3 very different ways of doing this, and all 3 worked. And we had systems from acquiring properties, managing properties. So that was a fun video to make. I like that one. My Earth Guide. Is there one book you can recommend that can walk someone through basic real estate investing? So I don't know that I would say there's one book. I would say that there's a few that you want because it depends on your strategy. You know, if you're going to flip or wholesale, and a buy and hold book isn't going to help you. If you're going to do the BRRRR method, a buy and hold book isn't going to help you. One rental at a time spells out like that there's no secret sauce. So I think that's a good one to go to, because you don't need some special thing about you to be able to invest in real estate. MLS, traditional funding, one rental at a time. You're literally just doing chronology. Set for Life by Scott Trench included a lot more on like house hacking, financial independence. So those two would be there. So to shift someone's mindset, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, to understand why you want to be an investor, cash flow quadrant. Like what are you looking for to get from the book? Which book I would recommend? There's a great scene in the movie, The Time Machine. He goes to the future. The world's basically destroyed. The Morlocks and the Eloys are at war. And he comes back to the 18th century, and then he goes back to the future. And when he left, at the very end of the movie, he takes some books off the shelf. And the people that were there asked each other, what books would you have taken? So if you're going to start real estate investing, I don't know that there's a book. I think you need one for mindset. You need one for your systems. You need one for, and the system that matches what you're trying to do, whether you're going to house hack, BRRRR, flip, wholesale, buy and hold. And you need the cash flow quadrant for tax is killer. If you don't understand the 4 quadrants of taxes, you don't have the mental, motivation to want to quit being an E quadrant and move to that I quadrant, because it's such a better place to be. That's a good question. I am narrating. So here's the chronology on what I see the next year being. Every day, figuring out why I still go to work. But I'm going to finish narrating 15 Conversations with Real Estate Millionaires for Michael Zuber. Promise to do that. And I don't do anything. Don't say I'm going to do something that I don't do. So in the middle of chapter 8 now, I just need to get Florida to play along with me and give me a sound period where I can actually record. But then I'm going to write my book. I've got a book coming, and it's literally going to be, it isn't going to be stories. So if you're looking for 15 Conversations with Real Estate Millionaires, that book exists. This is 15 stories of people who reached financial freedom, 15 different paths of doing it, 15 different strategies, tells you who to look up. Mine is literally going to be how to do this. A chapter on the binder strategy, a chapter on screening tenants, a chapter on how to find deals, a chapter on how to get the best interest rates. The topics that I said, this question is good enough for me to either do a live stream or take 10 hours and make a 10-minute video, like that matters. Those are going to be the chapters. So I've got it outlined. That's the next thing. And then after that, I almost want to do a course, but I think my YouTube channel is a course. And setting up those courses costs so much money that you basically have to charge for it. And my goal is to not monetize me sharing this information. So I'm not sure if I'll do a course. The name I can't pronounce. Howdy. Howdy from Georgia. How long are you required to live in owner-occupied multifamily? Huge thanks for holding the Q&As. Thank you. And thanks for coming to them. And I'm really sorry about your name. Give me a phonetic, what that means. It's lender dependent. The standard seems to be you must intend to occupy for 1 year. A lot of the lenders will say, give us 10 months, but the paperwork usually says a year. And that's single family, owner-occupied purchase, small multifamily, owner-occupied purchase. And it is intend to occupy. So don't commit fraud. Don't buy one you don't plan on moving into. But if, let's say I have a friend buys a duplex and it's owner-occupied. There's 2 tenants. Needs to evict one. Needs to cash for keys, needs to whatever. Tenant tells them to F off, right? And it's a big guy and threatening whatever. Well, there are laws in place to protect tenants, right? But there are laws in place to protect owners too. So my friend goes through an eviction. Person's out of the house. My friend's not going to move in there because now somebody that is big and threatening and that they made move knows where they would live, right? So now that becomes a rental. My friend intended to live there. Situation changed. Lender isn't going to have a problem with that. And This is not advice. This is just an opinion. Nobody cares where you live. Nobody. Nobody's come and knocked on my door in the 2 house hacks that I've done, or any of the house hacks that I've helped people do. Nobody's come and said, do you live here? Nobody said, show me a bill with your name on it. Think of it as a time delay device. When you purchase an owner-occupied property for 12 months, you can't get another unless you're in the military and you PCS. Something changes where you need to change jobs and move to another area. Like there could be a life event that can make you do it in less than 12 months, but you're going to have a reason. You'd have a story. I'm getting a bunch of texts, and I just want to make sure that it's not like a tenant or a contractor. It's not. It's other important people that I will ignore. Yeah, so intend to occupy for at least a year. Don't commit fraud, but things can change. Jester Williams, active duty passive income. Nice. Going to check it out. It is for active duty and vets, or it is for everybody. But a lot of their information is tailored around how the GI Bill works, how the VA loan works, how you can invest while changing duty stations, how you can invest from overseas. So anybody can participate. They've had guests on that aren't veterans, but their information would help veterans. So it's an open community targeting veterans, if that makes sense. And they've got a really, they've got really good people involved in it. And they have a chat episode with me. So check that out too. I'm sure you've heard that story though. Amanda, howdy. When you educate tenants on what a landlord's responsibilities is to fix, do you have any resources for best practices or common tenant requests that they're responsible for versus landlord responsibility? I have not had it happen enough. I've only had one tenant I've really had to educate, and then a couple others I had to just have a text conversation with. One tenant didn't understand that you just can't put all the grease from your bacon into the dishwasher and not have the hose get clogged up every month. Stuff like that. So I don't really have like a system for something that's been a one-off, almost a one-off completely. But I would say 1 or 2 times, and when they have a request for something, if it's really something simple that the tenant could do, but you don't always want the tenant to do it, you could say, I totally understand that. The next time the handyman's out for this thing that they're going to be doing, make sure we get them to do that as well. So you aggregate those, just like running a truck driving school. We have these trucks. You have a part of the dash breaks because students can break anything, right? We're not going to send it to the shop to fix a little tiny part of the dash. But when that thing's in for anything, service, DOT inspection, we're going to have on the list, also fix this thing. So that's what I would do there. Yeah. And you might make a list, especially in your lease. I have an addendum that I put in on if there's a sewer clog and that's because the pipes broke or the septic tank is full, landlord's going to pay for it. If it is hygiene products, something that says flushable wipes, which are not flushable, in there, or a kid's toy or something, tenant's responsibility. Like have that in the lease so that, and you don't just say, look, if there's any problems with the plumbing, you have to pay for it. You say, if there's something with the plumbing and it's the building's problem, that's me. I'm going to pay for that. But if it's something that you or your kids or family did, or somebody who came and visited you, that's tenant responsibility. So you can actually put that in there. Larry, what do you do when a new property's month-to-month tenant does not pass your criteria after first month of self-managing ownership? Please run through a few bad tenant criteria and what you would do. So I don't care about criteria once they're already in the property. The criteria is to try to vet tenants before you put them in there. My goal is to not disrupt tenants. I would take a couple of months to vet the tenants based on physical reality. When you run someone's credit score, the eviction thing, work history, they could still go sideways and be a bad tenant, right? But if they're in there already, take a couple months. Do they pay on time? Do you get noise complaints? Are the cops there often for that? Or do they call you for trivial things even after you have to educate them sometimes? Do they still do that? So it's a vetting period. That's because when you run a person's background, do you really care what the background is, or do you care that they're going to be a good tenant? So if they're already in the property, you don't have to advertise it. You don't have to place it. You don't have to do the rehab to get them in there. So you're skipping out on a bunch of work now. Just take a month or two, probably 2, to vet the tenant and really watch. And you can even tell them, like, I'm deciding if I want to keep you as a tenant based on how the next couple of months go. You can be transparent about it so that if they do call you with something stupid, or the small multifamily other neighbors calls and says they're partying all night long, it's super loud, whatever the thing is, um, 2 months later, then I would make the decision. So I don't think I've ever run a background check, credit score, verified work on existing tenants when I purchase a property. I have gotten work contact info, but I didn't even verify that because they're already there. Use it as the next 2 months as a litmus test. How do they go? That's what tells you what to do. Chester, Dale, congratulations on doing the work. Absolutely agree. Even though you didn't get your offer accepted doing the work, you're bound to find a motivated seller and get your first or next deal. Hey, I'm in the middle of a live stream. Can I call you back tomorrow or in 2 hours? Thanks. Some people are that important. Sorry. Where was I? Okay. Yep. First or next deal. Yep. Kavish, howdy. Also from Torrance. Nice. So when you calculate yield, you take your annual cash flow after rehab, down pay, closing, but had you mentioned including vacancy. Is that 5% of gross income or an NOI? So there's a lot of terms in there. Let me cipher so cash flow. So I take the annual profit. So in a month, you're going to have principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. So you've got your mortgage, PITI. So you know what that's going to be. Then I set aside 10% of gross rents. So if it's a duplex and each side is rented for $1,500, $3,000, that means $300. And then 5% for vacancy. So $150. So principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and $450 added onto that. That gets taken out of rents. What's left is profit. Times that by 12 to get annual profit. So did you take your question back as I was reading it? Or am I going insane? You did. You retracted a message while I was reading it. Oh my God. Well, I hope my answer was even close to what you were asking. But if you want to reword it, I'll go through it again. That broke my little brain, which is great because it doesn't take much to do that. Han Solo, is there any benefits, advantages, perks on VA healthcare for veterans versus other healthcare plans? How does the percent of disability factor into the cost? So that changes every few years. I have a friend who was at 10% and was able to use the VA for years and no charge. And then when they found out he had insurance, they backdated all the billing. So they were going to cover his costs, and as long as he was at 10% or higher. I think at a certain percentage, I don't know if it's 30, 60, or 90, you're going to have to go to the VA website to figure out when it actually covers dependents. It might be even 100%, whatever it is. So the percents are they change all the time. Like there's a bunch of information that was put out that you can use. Vocational rehabilitation. If you're a service-connected veteran with 10% or more, or 20% or more, or 30% or more, that paperwork was put out because they didn't know what it was going to be. When it settled, if you're at 10% or more service-connected disability, you can get your vocational school training paid for, or use it to go towards a degree or something. But the VA didn't even know what their percentages were going to be. So I would check currently on the VA website how that works. For me, it would depend on your location. And this was a million years ago, but the first time I went to a VA hospital was in San Diego. And they're the reason why I didn't go back to a VA hospital for 20 years. In the Marines, I had a knee injury, got a fake patella, and I got a broken compressed vertebrae. So I've got a wedge vertebrae. And they were doing injections. And I heard the doctor at a VA hospital tell the person in training behind me, if we make this hurt enough, he won't come back. And so I didn't for 20 years. And then I live in Washington and I run a truck driving school, and all of these people were coming through who went to the American Lake VA hospital in Washington State who loved the experience. And I thought, I might as well go check it out. And they're awesome. I've had such good luck. So area dependent on the staff that's currently working, whatever hospital you're at, what their management has them doing. So the VA hospital is really tricky. I hear nightmare stories. I've had a nightmare story, but since 2014, I've been going to American Lake in Washington. They're amazing. Like How those people they've got to be on cocaine or something, because how the staff can be in a good mood in a hospital like that is weird. So depends on your hospital whether I would go to a VA hospital. If I live near San Diego, my experience there, that guy probably doesn't even work there anymore, and it was just my one experience. I'd probably be going to a private doctor. Um, yeah. So check the VA website because it changes often on what the percents are, and then get to know your local VA organization. Hopefully you have good luck. Flash of light. Howdy. Do your tenants have nicer vehicles than you do? Up until 2018, absolutely. I had a 15 and 17-year-old Jeep Cherokee and Jeep Wrangler that I kept running with bale and wire and solder machine. And yeah. And I've even had older vehicles than that. I had an old F-150 pickup that, basically I'd have one vehicle running to get me to work. And all of my tenants pretty much had, most had nicer vehicles. Most had newer vehicles, car payments. So for the first 8 years or so of investing, older vehicles. And then 2018 kind of changed things up. Went with a brand new Corvette, and then now a brand new F-250 jacked up with every extra, like not even just heating and cooled seats, but massage seats, like everything you can get added to that thing. So now, post-income snowball, I am enjoying my vehicles. Pre-income snowball, I never would have got to the snowball if I did that. I have a duplex, and it's cash flowing now, a little over $1,400 a month. That is the vehicle duplex. That money is earmarked specifically to buy, so I can, whenever the Tesla truck releases, if it looks like the one from Space 1999, I'm going to buy it. If it looks like a jacked up Subaru, I am not going to buy it. But that money is already going into an account to buy that. And let's say that money builds up and there's $70, $90, $120,000 in that account by the time I go to buy that vehicle. That doesn't mean I'm going to take $120,000 and go and buy the Tesla truck. I'm going to take the $120,000 and go and buy a duplex, and then that cash flow will pay for the Tesla truck. So it just depends on when that all happens. But yes, and I still, if you've ever heard me on interviews, I still think my tenants are richer than I am. If you want me to explain that, let me ask in the comments, and I will take the time to explain that if you haven't already seen it in some other interview. Kavish keeps taking messages back. Subi. So a unit of more than 4 requires a different type of mortgage. Yes. So residential lending is 4 units or less. Now, single family, owner occupied, gets the best rates and fees and has the best options. With a conventional loan, if you've not owned a property before, you can do 3% down. If you have owned a property in the last 3 years, so if you haven't owned a property in the last 3 years, you could do 3% down. If you have owned a property in the last three years, you can move in. Why am I getting so many texts? It'd be 5% down on a single family house. With a duplex, triplex, or fourplex, with a duplex, there are some lenders that'll do 5% down. I did it a long time ago, and friends Kevin and Britt just did it a few months ago. So it is still possible. They found a local credit union to do that. So you can do 5% down, and then they're owner occupying, so you get a better interest rate. But duplex, triplex, or fourplex gets a little bit of an increase to the interest rate. If you're buying an investment where you don't live in it, it also gets another little increase to interest rate. So there could be 2 bumps if it's an investment, small multifamily. 30-year fixed rate debt. So I don't want adjustable rate mortgages on anything, and no loan reevaluation period. So in 10 or 20 years, nobody's going to come and ask you how the property is doing. 5 units or more, you generally go with commercial lending, asset-based lending, non-QM. There's a whole bunch of different properties or types of loans that are not residential loans. And the residential, you can use owner-occupied if you're going to live there, and investment if you're not going to live there, which usually just requires a bigger down payment, 20 or 25%. Some will do 15. There are, and lenders are not all made the same, and they might all do different things. But your interest rate, again, is going to be a little bit higher if you don't live there, because it's a safer bet to the lender if you live there, because you're less likely to give up your actual house than you are to give up an investment property. But 5 units or more, you use commercial loans. And commercial loans for a lot of people aren't fixed rate. So you're going to have an adjustable rate. And some will do 20 years amortization instead of 30, so bigger payment. Or they'll do 20 or 30 years fixed rate but you have a loan reevaluation period where in 5, 7, or 10 years, they're actually going to look at your books and they use this thing called NOI, net operating income. What does the profitability that year of your property look like? And it's entirely possible that that's a year where you don't have some tenants renew a lease, or there's a pandemic or something that impacts your cash flow. And they say, okay, we're not going to renew your lease or your loan. So you either need to do one of the following things: refinance with somebody else and pay us off, sell the property, or write us a gigantic check to cover the gap in what we think you need to have for your operating expenses to make this loan work. So there's a bunch of risks with commercial lending. People do it successfully all the time. But I'm a buy and hold, lazy, busy investor. I'm not looking to buy a job. So I don't want to, in 5, 7, or 10 years, even have to think what my NOI is. Or if I wasn't making YouTube videos, I wouldn't even know what an NOI is. So that's why I stick with 4 units or less. And I'm very happy there. Convoy Home Mortgage has a product out now that is 30 or 40 year fixed rate debt with no loan reevaluation period. The 40 year is 10 years interest only, and then a normal 30 year amortized. They actually have several other products as well that you can go with, up to 8 units. So I'm looking at some other, larger than 4 because of the fixed rate debt. Interest rate's a bit higher, but I don't care what the interest rate is. I care what the yield is. I'd pay 1,000% interest if it got me the yield that I wanted. Because interest rate is only one part of the equation. So yes, you're absolutely right. And thanks. That's a great question. 4 units or less is the lending I prefer to go with. And up until Convoy Home Mortgage came out with this product, I wasn't even looking at 5 units or more. I wouldn't do it, even if I was going to get like a 20 or 30% return on my investment, because I don't want to ever lose a night's sleep for investing, thinking, 7 years. What could happen in 7 years? Could there be another pandemic? Could rates go so high? Can whatever happens? I don't want that. I purchase a property, 30-year fixed rate debt. Rents are more than the mortgage. I'm getting my cash flow that I want. My yield is good. Don't think about it ever. Like, sleep like a baby, and not the one that wakes up screaming every hour. I mean, literally just sleep like a baby. Yeah, that was a great question. Thank you. Flash of light. Just saw another landlord's tenant with nice cars leave a rental with a dumpster worth of stuff left behind. Yep. I don't care if my tenants make smart decisions. I try to help my tenants. I tell them about my YouTube channel. I tell them I can help them get on the property ladder. This is when you want to move out. I'll hook you up with an agent, hook you up with a lender, tell you, how to search for your places. A lot of them don't want to own. They want to be tenants. And they do make poor financial decisions. And so this is something for if anybody that works at my truck driving school is watching. Employees make poor decisions. And as an employer, that's a great thing. When I see somebody come in and they've got this $80,000 RV hooked up to a $60,000 truck that they're going to use on the weekends, thank you. You have to work. I now have an employee who's going to continue working and probably ask me for some overtime. Not the best decision. And I'm not talking about Craig, because Craig's doing it with rental property income to buy all those things. But I have other employees that have done the exact same thing with a HELOC to buy depreciating liabilities. I almost called them an asset. That's not what they were. Chester, Han Solo, disability for vets factors into how much you have to pay for coverage, which is already reduced for veterans. I believe over 50% disability healthcare is fully covered. I don't know. I've never been billed by the VA. So, like I said, get the enemy marksmanship award and things work out for you. But I'm never going to recommend that somebody join the military, go to a combat zone, get blown up a couple times for healthcare. Rankin, howdy. Hola, ¿cómo está usted? Hans, single family house with very steep yards all around, essentially not usable. How much do you think will affect renting and rate? If it's hard to maintain, that could affect rentability. A lot of tenants, when they're renting a space, they don't want a yard. They want to rent apartments because there's no mowing. So if you have a smaller yard space that's usable, they have less to maintain. I wouldn't see that as a negative. You're going to lose a few people. You're not going to have the person who wants to have 6 cars in your yard because they do weekend projects, which is probably a good thing. And you're probably going to not have so many people with pets, which I like to rent to people with pets because I like to have limited tenant turnover. In 10 years, I've had 2, and I'm about to have 2 more in the next couple of months. I'm going to have to change that to start saying, in 10 years or 11 years, I've had 4 tenant turnovers. So I'll have to get used to that. But pets contribute to tenants not turning over, because even if that pet's human moves with them, that's a pet relocation, and people don't like to do that. Do I have properties with very small yards? Yes. I have my fourplex. We don't even each have like our own yards. All my duplexes and triplexes fenced in yards. But the tenant turnover at the fourplex is 0. I even had to do cash for keys to get the tenant out for me to move in. Yeah, I wouldn't look at that as a negative. That's not one of my criteria that I've used to vet out a property. I don't think it's a benefit. I don't think it's a negative. Good question. Lumberjack. Howdy, Matt. I know you're Ukrainian descent, but I don't know if you speak Ukrainian. So I was going to greet you in your native tongue, but I don't know if you speak it. Chester, Han Solo. The only drawback is the dwell times for appointments. It can be months. It can be months, but if they don't get you within a certain number of days, check your local area. So in the American Lake, they've said if they can't get to me in 30 days, one thing, it was 45 days because it was something expensive. They will let you outsource it to and refer you to non-VA doctors if the wait time is long enough. Something that came out of the investigations from around the 2010 period, when they had all of the allegations that VA was basically just letting people die. Again, not across the whole board. You just had a couple bad players that make the whole system look bad. Chester, what's going on, Lumberjack? Martin, howdy. I just bought a duplex with 1 tenant on housing and the other side empty. Rent was way below market value, so I asked Housing Authority for an increase, and they agreed to a 40% increase. That is beautiful. I've used the binder strategy on the Housing Authority, and I used Lumberjack Landlord's version of it, where you send an email. And I basically just did the same thing of, here's the rental units in the area with the same number of bedrooms, because they only care about bedroom count. They don't care about like garage or shed or if you had a pool or anything. It's just bedroom count. Show them what the area comps are, and then say, here's my increase. It is that or below, right? They won't go above area average. The one really cool thing with the binder strategy is tenants can use it on you. The reason the binder strategy works is because area average rents are increasing. If we ever had a time when rents went down and you were a tenant, don't you think you would take a bunch of area average rents that were below yours, take it to your owner, to your landlord, and say, I don't think this is fair. And your rent would go down to area average, because they don't want to lose the tenant. They don't want to have the tenant turnover. So it works both ways. And with Section 8 too. And a 40% increase seems about right, because if they were way below, they pay the area average. When I did this with a tenant, and they went from, the Housing Authority told me from 16 to 18 was the biggest they would do. We did the binder strategy, went to 2,200. So whatever that increase is from 16 to 22. I wish I had Matt's brain for that. But the tenant's portion went down. Like, it made them reevaluate the tenant's income versus the rent, or however their equation works. And the tenant was like, wow, my rent went up and I have to pay you less. This is awesome. So the tenant was happy. I was happy. Housing Authority was happy, because they need units. That's awesome. Congratulations, Martin. That's cool. Hans, thanks, Chester. That's a long time. Maybe healed by then. Jesse, howdy. The pimp of all pimps. Actually, the saying at my work is, we may be prostitutes, but we're not pimps. Way too much backstory for that. Let me see. And my chat moved. There are so many questions coming, and I want to say thank you to everybody who listed a question, because I want to do these live streams. I want to feel like I'm helping, and I want to get the questions so I know what content to make. But you'd be surprised how hard it is to talk for 3 hours unless you have good questions. I'm sure the people who know me think, no one can shut you up, Dion. Okay. There we go. Chesla. Hola, mija. ¿Cómo está usted? Te quiero. Don't have portfolio envy. It's not the size of the portfolio that matters. It's what you do with it. That is good to know. So everybody take a note. Size doesn't matter. And I actually totally agree. And for different reasons, maybe. I really respect the lumberjack landlord, and I really respect Michael Zuber. There is a reason why I look forward to Thursdays and getting to do the Three Amigos videos with them and watching their live streams and asking them questions and doing this video that we're going to do Thursday on, hey, you guys have brains. Here's my options. This is what I've got saved. This is what my portfolio looks like. This is what I want to do. Like literally Barney style, my options to me. But I don't want 115 units and I don't want 200 units. I almost don't want 16 units. One of my options right now is to sell my single family house. The return on that, if I paid taxes, is enough to then pay off 2 mortgages on duplexes, increasing the cash flow to more than what it was on the house and having one less tenant to manage. The cash flow that I make is enough to support my life. Even if I break down someday and like go on a date, I'm going to have enough money to do that. I don't really have portfolio size envy, cash flow envy. Yes. So it's not how big it is what you do with it. Totally agree with you. Thank you for that, Chesela. Alec, thank you. Jester, Forward is a company that basically offers self-service preventative healthcare for a monthly price. I think it's $100 to $125 a month. That is awesome. Thanks. Had no clue. Ironic that I just did a week's worth of study on what you can do with healthcare when you retire early. Janelle, howdy. And the one ratters, yes, or ratters. In this shifting market, how often do you reevaluate your buy box to determine what is a good and great deal? I want to say almost daily, but that's kind of a little sarcastic. Every time the interest rates change, so every couple of weeks for the last couple of months, and I track prices daily. I'm watching and I'm tracking how long something sits on the market. Area average yield, I go right back to one rental at a time. It takes about 60 to 90 days to have a good feel for what's going on in the market right now. So every couple of months, I might look at what do I think is the average yield? Because if my goal is 10%, that's because I was able to find 7s and 8s for a while. If I'm only seeing 5s and 6s, and even those are hard to find, I might drop to looking for an 8 or a 9%. If I was in a market like Matt's where he's getting 15 or 20, I'm sure he adjusted as you know, probably every couple of weeks, if not every couple of months. So every time the interest rates shift, and then where the yield is, probably a good deep dive into what the yield is at least every 2 months. That's what I'm doing. And it is a lot easier as a buy and hold investor because I'm looking to buy a property once every 6 months or a year. If I was a wholesaler or a flipper or doing the BRRRR method where I was trying to churn properties, I would have a more detailed system for knowing currently, like almost daily, specifically what was going on in the market. And my buy box would change a lot more often. My Earth Guide. What sites, online resources do you use to determine if a property is in profitable area? Never looked up crime. So that's a good question. If I was looking for a market, I would then look at crime rates. I would talk to property managers. If I was looking to invest at a distance in area where I don't invest, where I don't know the market. So one of the first things that I use as a test to determine if a market is worth investing in or not is a tactical advantage. Do you live there and know the markets yourself? Did you used to live there and know the markets? To someone you know that you trust so much that you know they're going to be at your funeral, live there and know the markets. If you were to call Gary, Indiana, where Millennial Mike invests, and say, hey, property manager or realtor, I live in Washington and I want to invest at a distance. I heard Millennial Mike is killing it there. They're going to find you an amazing deal. You're going to be like, you have a property for $40,000? That wouldn't even get me the door in Washington. Well, it's going to be a property for $40,000 that all of the local investors and Millennial Mike passed on for a reason, because they think they found somebody. So you want that person that's helping you pick that market or know the areas in that market to be someone you really trust. Like I said, they're going to come to your funeral. So in my area, I don't look at crime rates because I know that in Pierce and Thurston counties in Washington, that in the town of Yelm, there's this place called the Nisqually Pines where they built a fence to keep people in, not to keep people out. And in the Tacoma area, there is a street called McKinley Avenue, and every tertiary street that comes near there, you just avoid that at all costs. So I know the two areas I know I wouldn't own a property in if somebody gave them to me. So all of King County, McKinley Avenue, Nisqually Pines. I know the areas, so I can run the numbers. I know the rents. I know the economic drivers. Like there is a town called McKenna. I think the population is 400. I don't even know if they are of a size to have a population sign. I bought a duplex there because it's on the countryside of the largest military installation in the state and maybe one of the largest on the West Coast. And a lot of people that get stationed on a base are from places like Butte, Montana, or anywhere in Texas. And they don't want to live in Tacoma or Lakewood or Lake Hood or whatever you want to call it on the city side of the base. They want to live on that side. So I have a list of people waiting for those sides to open, and I have existing tenants in there. So I purchased in a place that is in a really small population. And one of my criteria for economic drivers is I want 100,000 or more people. But I also look at, I want a base, a port, a college, a hospital, a Boeing or Amazon terminal, or a population. So it's a subset of those. It doesn't have to be all of them. I want 2 or more of those economic drivers there. So I don't know that there's a website. I have used Rentometer to do a really quick assessment when I'm helping somebody look in their market. But I tell them, like, I don't know your market. I'm not studying your market. Here's what Rentometer says. In my area, Rentometer is still lagging behind. They, for a long time, were using a 1-year model. They moved to a 3-month model. And they're still hundreds of dollars below what I'm getting with mine at below area average rent. So I use apartments.com, Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace to look up actually what current rents for units are today when I'm doing a comparison. If you're going to pick an area, I would look at U-Haul and look at their migration trends. Where are all their trucks going? That usually gets you ahead of the curve of everybody realizing how many people move to an area because they know after it happened, but the trucks happen while they're moving there. There are some other websites you can use, but I keep it really simple. And that's more of a question of how do you pick a market, which I have a live stream where the first like 20 to 30 minutes was how to pick a market. So there's a lot more detail in there on that. Han Solo, can you elaborate on what it means going broke, buying cheap, and any examples? Yes. I actually wish my properties cost more as long as the yield scaled with the price. Millennial Mike wants, he house hacks in Seattle, so he's killing it there, living for free in an expensive area where his job gets a lot of money because it's in an expensive area, but he invests in Gary, Indiana, where property prices are cheaper. Like he can buy a house for $18,000, put $10,000 into it, rent it out for $800 a month. Like you can make good money there, but zero appreciation usually, or very little. Maybe it's tracking at national average, whereas in Washington we saw 24% appreciation for 2 years in a row, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in appreciation versus gaining $2,000 in Gary on a property that had normal appreciation. You can get a better return buying in a war zone. Price is going to be less, rents aren't going to be too much less, but your turnover is going to be huge. Your repairs and taking care of it are going to be a lot more because people that are living in a situation like that are usually looking to leave, so they don't take a lot of good care of the place. So the cheaper property you buy, most of us, me especially, when I first started looking, I was looking for the cheapest duplexes. I thought, oh, this $300,000 one, that's probably as much as I want to go. And then I bought, so that is $150,000 per unit. So a duplex for $300,000, right? So my mind said $150,000 or less per unit. I can look at small multifamily. Found a triplex where it was $525,000. So that's $175,000 a unit, if I did the math right. So that was above my buy box. I shouldn't buy it, right? Well, luckily I was listening to One Rental at a Time, and I was paying attention to interest rates coming down towards, when was this? 2020, November 2020, interest rates were coming down. And I ran the numbers and I was like, wow, this more expensive place is going to get me a 17% cash on cash return, where I'm getting a 10 on all these ones that were cheaper. So I wish, and so now my goal is to find a fourplex that costs at least $1 million with 3 bedrooms for each unit and a garage for each unit and side-by-side units, not over under. So the rents will be enough to get the yield, because 10% of $1 million purchase where I invest $250,000 in the down payment, means $25,000 a year in cash flow, or I can go and buy a place for a lot less money, and you can only have 10 mortgages in your name. So if you get to 10 single family houses or 10 duplexes, that's 10 to 20 units. If you get 10 fourplexes, that's 40 units. And my cash flow per unit is not much difference. My one single family house that's paid off, yeah, that's skewed, and I'm getting like $1,800 a month in pure cash flow there. Where my other units are usually around $600 to $700 per unit, duplex, triplex, or fourplex. Like, it doesn't really matter. They're basically the same. So when we're looking at, if I want to buy a $100,000 house or a $200,000 house and I'm putting 25% down, it's a significant amount of money to save. 25,000 versus 50,000 just for the down payment, because you need closing costs, immediate repairs. Bank's going to want you to have reserves, so there's a lot of money that you have to have saved up. But if you're going to own or occupy, and you're doing an FHA loan of 3.5% down, which is the same for single family, duplex, triplex, fourplex, a $100,000 place or a $200,000 place, that's not a big difference in down payment. $3,500 to have much more cash flow, probably be in a better part of town, have less turnover. Doesn't mean buy the most expensive. I don't buy Class A properties. I don't want Class A. I don't even want Class B. I want Class C. In bad economic times, people from A and B can move to C, increasing demand. People from D can always want to move up to C to increase demand. Not very many people move to D, and with A and B, the barrier to entry is usually more money for less cash flow. They usually don't really cash flow unless you do something like short-term rental or rent by the room like Todd Baldwin is. And there are options to make that work. I know Lumberjack likes, C and B properties. He likes to buy a C class property in a B class area and then make it a B class property. So he's got a strategy for doing that, but lazy. I want to buy a place that doesn't need any work and it works the way it is. Yeah, hope that helps. How small of a deal is too small, if that should be a factor to consider? Having a tenant is risky. You have insurance, you have an umbrella policy, you have to fix things. You either have to manage your property manager or you have to manage the tenant. So while my units average $600 to $700 in cash flow per unit, that's not the metric I use. I want a 10% yield or better based on what it costs me to acquire the property. So if I could buy a property for $10,000, meaning I needed to make $1,000 a year to get my yield, that's what, less than $100 a month in cash flow? Is that worth managing a tenant? $100 a month to know that you can get a call at any point in time where you need to call a plumber or foundation repair company or something that could be really expensive. So yeah, too small of a deal for me would be cash flow under 100 per unit, but it's not a metric. I don't go, oh, it gets 100 a unit, that means it's good. Because what if you purchased it for $10,000, 100 a unit? Sounds okay. What if you purchase it for $20 million? $100 a unit doesn't work, right? So I want the yield to be at least 10% or more in my area, because that's what I've been using, and a minimum of 100 a unit. But purchasing, even in the last few years, I don't think I've ever purchased one that was less than 400 a unit yet. So it depends on your area. So too small would be not enough cash flow to justify the time and risk of managing a tenant. What is the largest percent dip you've seen or heard of, and how would you prepare? So I prepare for the dip by not over leveraging. I'm around 50 to 55% leveraged on my properties. My goal is to be around 70%. So I still have a good equity position to handle a significant drop in rents. Currently, if rents dropped 50% across the board, I still wouldn't be pulling money out of my pocket to pay mortgages or my expenses. So a 50% drop is what I'm designed to handle now. And I think that's a bit extreme. I would like to have more leverage because that means I'm gaining appreciation on a larger portfolio and getting principal pay down on more mortgages, things that I want. I am not wanting more leverage so that I'm paying more interest so I don't have to pay taxes. Never make a purchase to avoid taxes. But when you have a purchase, use the benefit of avoiding the taxes. Avoiding, not evading. There's a big difference. Legally not paying your taxes. But I wouldn't want to pay more money to a bank just to save money on taxes. That's unintelligent. The largest drop in property values I've seen in my life was just under 10% right after 2008. I've never seen a drop in rents in half a century. In 2009, 10, and 11, in my area, rents actually went up because we had the massive foreclosures happening from 2008 and 9. Those people became renters, increasing demand, which increased rents. The last 2 years, we've seen massive rent increase because your expenses don't set rents. They're a factor to you, but tenants don't care. If your expenses matter to a tenant, think about this. My paid off house and if I had a house with a mortgage, would rent for different amounts because one has the expense of a mortgage and one does not, right? No, they rent for the same. Area average rents set your rents. Wages set rents. What people can afford to pay increases the demand on rent, which increases the rent amount that people can charge. So area average rents go up. And in my area, that's been over 30 to 40%. So my binder strategy that I did in 2021 and a little bit at the beginning of this year was over 20 to 28% was the average increase at tenants' request in my area for rents because of massive wage increases. And if you don't think it through, people will say, well, wages have only gone up 4 or 5% and inflation is 7 or way more, right? That's wage increases if you stayed working at the same company. In the last year, we've seen, they're actually calling it the Great Resignation. So this is the only months I have the data memorized from, but in November, December, and January, over 4 million people each month quit their jobs. But unemployment is less than 4%. So they didn't quit their jobs and not work. They quit their jobs and changed companies. And that's the easiest way to get like a 20 or 30% pay increase because employers want to take you from a competitor and they're trying to onboard you. So if you want to maintain, people my age, the pension, our parents had pensions. So we were raised with the longevity in a company gets a reward. You work your way up the ladder, you get promotions, you get raises, blah, blah, blah. No, for the last 10 or 20 years, the best way to get a raise is actually to change companies. Do something similar for a competitor. You'll get paid way more money. And that's what's been happening for the last year. People can work from home. People were sent to work from home, and then their company said, well, you need to return to the office now. And a lot of people said, I don't got to do anything. Now they work for someone else where they could stay at home. So I don't see rents coming down. I see them continuing to go up. I wouldn't buy a deal where I had to project a rent increase for it to make sense. Because they could plateau now that we've seen these massive increases over the last 2 years, especially if we've seen such large increases in rent that the government steps in and says, hey, we're going to have nationwide rent control or something like that. The inflation numbers are really stupid. They don't look at rents last year versus this year to tell you how much they've gone up. They use, and I got this from Jaspreet Singh from Minority Mindset, so credit where it goes, because the first time I heard it and it registered. I think Michael Zuber and Matt the Lumberjack probably talk about it all the time, but it didn't register. So that's when it registered with me. They use owner equivalent rent to factor rent into inflation. They go to homeowners and they say, how much do you think you could rent your house for? Do you think homeowners know how much they can get for rent? So when you hear 7 or 8% and rent is going up 4% according to their thing, and I'm getting tenants that ask for a 20 to 28% increase, inflation is more than what we're hearing. So that would be the largest dip I've heard of. There can be area-specific dips. If car manufacturers in one city move away, that place might take 50 years to recover. So that's why I want several economic drivers. If Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington State had a BRAC meeting and they closed it down, that would impact, but you still have Boeing, Costco, a port, large populations, the state capital. Like there's all these other economic drivers to where I keep my units, usually a third military, a third Section 8, and a third working or retired, kind of diversify the tenant base. Another way to prepare for any kind of dip or prolonged government shutdown, pandemic, or stock market crash. It isn't going to affect all of the sectors of my tenants. But I'm pretty sure a base closing is going to cost me my military tenants, and it's probably going to lower the area average rents because we're not getting BAH there again for military, which kind of set the rents too. So that's why I want to keep my system set up to where up to a 50% rent increase, I'm not going to lose a thing. So a 5 or 10% rent decrease would be nationwide news, and it wouldn't really impact me. I don't know that I would actually notice. I think I would I'd be saving a little less for the next investment, but it definitely wouldn't come close to impacting my quality of life expense. So, Tom, if they can afford an EV, increase their rent. Right. Tom, yeah. Julie, no EV yet, but I'm renovating 7 and thought it would attract higher end tenants. It could. You're renovating 7 of them now, so you have it exposed. That is the time to do it. Um, Maybe add it to 1 or 2, but I don't know if I'd have the expense for all of them. What is that expense, and how much do you think it would attract tenants? There's the um, yeah, how much is that expense? I think you might be able to actually get better rent from tenants if you added different things, like a shed for storage instead of an EV thing, depending on your area. Larry, in this economy, I wouldn't want to try fix and flips. Me either. I would consider a great deal for live and flip, like Mindy Jensen. Yep. But evaluate at 90% of current ARV in case of housing slide 3 years from now. Yeah, the live and flip is great because she wants to live there for at least 2 years. So you use the IRS 121 rule to avoid any capital gains if you're single, up to $250,000, $500,000 if you're married. So there's a couple benefits there. The tricky part with a live and flip is lending. You're not generally going to qualify for a conventional residential loan because it needs work. That's why it's not live-in ready. So if you can figure out lending, sure. There's a lot of steps to it. I did do a video with Mindy on this channel on the live-in flip. I think I called it how to avoid $500,000 in taxes on a flip, and a picture of Mindy on it. Kind of easy to find. Yeah, that I would definitely consider, because it's a form of house hacking too. A lot of people think house hacking is lowering or reducing your housing costs, but sometimes it's using owner occupied, low down payment, better interest rate loans as an owner occupant to get in there, but you're adding the flip element to it too, and then avoiding the taxes is a great benefit of house hacking. For at least 2 years, though, you have to live there. Han Solo, would you consider buying an electric vehicle? If so, when and why on the timing? So no, I wouldn't really consider it. If the Tesla truck comes out and it looks like that space thing that everybody seemed to hate, but I loved, yes, I would consider it. I'm going to look at the price. I'm going to do a study on my area on where the charging stations are, how much it is to put in a charging station. Some of them now are charging, and you just plug it into the wall, but probably I can't imagine how long that takes. I know the superchargers, when you pull up to a gas station, are like 15, 20 minutes. Tech is getting there. They're, in my mind, more dangerous. They're not good for the environment. So I'm not using that as a way to make the decision. It takes more chemicals to make the batteries. It takes more energy to make the energy to charge, because batteries don't create power, they store power. So I'm not in I think it's green to own an EV. I just think it's the new tech. It might be required by our governor because Governor Inslee is mentally challenged, in case I haven't been clear with that with anybody. So I'm not on the left or the right. I don't care either side, but that guy's stupid. Yeah, he's absolutely ruined the state. And back off the soapbox. Okay, in the beginning, the name I can't pronounce. How did you estimate repairs when making an offer, or would you offer so aggressive that it won't matter? So I haven't offered so aggressive that it doesn't matter. In the beginning, I buy rent-ready or already occupied properties. I'm going to have an inspection done, and I backed out of a deal that needed about $50,000 in truss work because they'd all rotted due to a leak. So basically, the entire floor of the house was gone, and some other things. So I backed out, and it also appraised low. So that was a good deal to not buy. Rent-ready or already occupied. If somebody's already living in there, I normally spend less than $2,000 on a property when I purchase it. One property needed a roof. I knew that going in, added it to my cost to acquire. I talked to my insurance company, was able to do the roof after I acquired it. So I wasn't doing repairs on something that the buyer could, or the seller could back out of. But still got my 10% yield with the added cost of putting the roof. And I estimated $20,000, and it was like $15,000, a little less than $15,000 to get the roof done. So I still hit my numbers. I don't do a burr. I don't do a rehab. I've still not really done a rehab. The closest I've done is I had a tenant flip from tenants who had been in the unit 26 years, so long before I purchased it. That was all new flooring, paint. I don't think I did much there. there was really 26 years, and that place was not in bad shape. Um, I had a hoarder purchase, and part of the deal was agree that the hoarder would move out. And I expected to spend, $5,000 to $10,000, and then my total expenses there was about three. So that was the biggest expense I had on the inside, and that was because underneath all the stuff there was actually almost immaculate hardwood floors that I had resurfaced. Um, so I don't buy places that need a lot of work. So I don't know about estimating repair costs beforehand because I don't want to have to use hard money or my own cash and then refinance later. A refinance later gets you a worse interest rate, and estimating ARV is a crapshoot. Um, Refinancing is based on old comps. There's all kinds of ways you can run into problems that I just don't want to deal with. I want to buy a place that qualifies for one loan, that unless interest rates drop by a bunch, I'm never going to touch that loan. And I might refinance. I did too in 2020 because rates dropped from like 6% to 3%. It's like 5.5 to 3.1, but it was close enough to half. Yeah. So there's a different investing strategy if you're going to do something like Matt the Lumberjack Landlord, who does his live streams Sunday morning at 11:30 Eastern. And he might have a better system for estimating rehab costs on a purchase. Not something that I do because I work full time. I have 3 kids. I try to have a life, and I don't want to buy a project. I'm an investor, not an entrepreneur. So an entrepreneur is looking for value add or adding bedrooms or doing this. I just, on the MLS, traditional lending gets the yield I'm looking for, buy, rinse, repeat. 10 years later, completely financially free. Could have done it sooner, could have done it more aggressively, could have been more creative, but it would have taken a lot more work and a lot more mental energy and a lot more risk. So, Gavin, howdy. Long time listener, first time caller. Are you a Tom Likas fan? Let's see. So, can you name the nonprofit that you have that locates jobs for truckers? A friend doesn't want to drive anymore, needs work. So, the nonprofit is TPS, for Transportation Placement Services, and that's not specifically to find jobs for drivers. We can find drivers' jobs all day long. It's to find jobs for people like your friend who don't want to drive, if he doesn't want to drive. Companies have management, HR, IT, operations, logistics, forklift, dispatch, okay, everything you can imagine exists in trucking companies. And very few people apply for those positions because they usually only picture the driver when they think of trucking companies. So the nonprofit exists to help people find jobs like that. The way to find us is to go to hiddenjobs.org. That's our website. It's a landing page, sends you to gives you our email, our phone number to get a hold of us. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, so we don't charge a penny. We help with resume, application, job search, tell you which companies are hiring in the area. We find out what they used to do, what job they want to do in the future. We contact the employers we work with. We give them leads. So we don't handhold them like to a building and say, here's the interview, but we give them the resources to find what we call hidden jobs, because there are jobs in transportation that nobody's applying for. And sometimes the people that come and work with our nonprofit and go apply for one of these positions, they're actually the only application the employer gets. Because who would think, I want to be an IT specialist, so I'm going to apply at a dump truck company? Do you know what the network that's needed to route drivers, plan jobs, to maintain control of different aggregate materials, to the number of IT positions to run a trucking company that no one applies for? Because people go to IT school and they think, I need an IT company. What the heck is that? How about every company has an IT department? Every company has an HR department. Every company has management, office staff, customer service. So that's what our nonprofit does for free. We help people find non-driving jobs. We can help anybody find a driving job. I run a truck driving school. That's what we do. But the nonprofit does the non-driving job part. So hiddenjobs.org. Sam, howdy. Dale, thank you. No, thank you too. Sam, have you had a good potential tenant with a pet that is one of aggressive dog breeds, and what did you do about it and not liable to bite situation? So I don't fall for the aggressive dog breeds thing unless your insurance lists out, these are the breeds we won't insure. If that was the case, I would have the tenant get insurance to cover that. Or if I had to get special insurance for that, I would have the tenant cover the cost. I have refused tenants because I want to meet the pet and it wasn't an aggressive breed. And I'm going to use a bad word. That pet was just an asshole. They weren't going to move in because that pet was a jerk. Yeah. So aggressive breeds, two reasons I like to allow pets. First, limits tenant turnover, right? And kind of increases demand because a lot of places don't allow pets. Second, I don't ever have to worry about some stupid person Googling fake document to say my pet is what are they, mental health assistant person, whatever the thing where you have to allow them in. I don't even have to think about that because I allow pets in. Which is it's totally a scam that people do that, and you can print it out from anywhere. So I never have to worry about it. So I haven't worried about aggressive breeds. I do have an insurance that requires a limit to the size of the pet. And so that's something you can use with tenants and say, look, I'm sorry, your Great Dane is, 35 pounds over the 100-pound limit or whatever your insurance has. So check with your insurance on what that size limit is. And if they do have aggressive breed limits, make sure you have it in writing and can present it to the tenants. And then you're going to lose it anyways because they're going to print out the form that says it's not a therapy pet, but emotional support animal. Right. So I haven't had that in that situation. And I have had a tenant with dogs that went there one time and they shredded each other. And another time the dog jumped the fence, killed a dog, bit a person. Tenant's responsibility, not the landlord's. Could have got sued in that case. My insurance would have covered it because they were under the size that the insurance does, but never involved me. Tenants, renters insurance took care of that. Some dogs are just jerks. Chester, DC VAMC seems to be pretty decent. Good. Nice. Sam, what do you do when you asked for a pre-qualification letter without a credit pull and the lender pulls your credit the next day with hard inquiry without your authorization? Nothing. It's going to happen. You're going to get a 6-point hit on your credit. It'll go away in a couple of months. Send an email to that lender and say, I'm never working with you again because I didn't give you authorization, but you're not going to get them to fix your credit. The 6-point credit score, they're not going to do anything. If they did that, I would take that window of 30 days to get as many other credit checks as I could from similar lenders where it doesn't also impact your credit score. So I would take advantage of their mistake and run as many credits as I could with other lenders to see what their rates and fees were because you've already got the pull. So you have 30 days where additional pulls do not impact your score. See if I can do this without spilling. Almost at the 2-hour mark. It's weird. It's like my brain says, it's been an hour. You need some vodka. Or soda. Soda. Could be soda. Because soda makes your eyes water and your throat close. Kavish, you do not need to apologize. I'm absolutely being sarcastic and funny, making a joke when you took it back, saying I'm going to lose sleep or that you messed with me or you broke my brain. Absolutely kidding. I think it's funny. And I think I kind of answered it before you did it too. Thanks. Chester, that is interesting. You think your tenants are richer than you are. I'm guessing lifestyle-wise. Quick version. When I was a kid, we were never homeless, but we didn't own or rent a house either. We used to move into houses, fix the doors and windows, and wait for the owners to show up and ask us who the heck we were. All over LA County. So it wasn't like we were in the middle of nowhere. We were in Haskell Canyon, Saugus, Newhall, all those areas down there by Canyon Country, living in houses until the owners found out. I remember one time the owner showed up and we were taking care of the place. My parents said we weren't squatters because squatters trash a place and force an owner to go through an eviction. As soon as they found out we were there, we left. So an owner showed up one time and told my dad, why don't you guys just pay like $50 a month? And rent in the area at the time in the 80s, 70s was like $600 or $700. So $50 was great. And we would have got to stay in the same school district. Nope. My dad said, we don't pay rent. Moved all the way out to Rosemont. And the rest of my time, I grew up in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, moving from house to house too. I would go to friends' houses when I was a kid and I would hear their parents talk about rent. And I was just stunned. Like I'm a 6 or 7-year-old kid and I'm in their house and I hear them talking about they were rich enough to pay rent how much it was. And every month they did this. Like, that's insane. There's all these empty houses. There's 17 million empty houses in the United States. Find one, move into it, fix it, take care of it, move when you have to. Like, that's just what I thought people did. So that sticks with you. One of the contributing factors to me joining the military is they provide housing and healthcare, and it's a million times easier than doing tree work, which was the family business. So the Marine Corps was way more attractive than doing tree work, but they also had housing. So today, I'm in Florida right now on this trip, but I'm house hacking a unit in my fourplex where I'm getting paid $2,500 a month to live in this unit. When I first moved in, it was $1,700, but we've had the binder strategy now, and I'm getting paid to live where I do, right? My tenants are all richer than me, all 16 units. So every single tenant has more money. Mentally, in my mind, they're richer than me because they can afford to pay rent, and they do it every month. Like, I'm shocked that I know people that are that rich that can do this every month. And so when the question came up earlier of, do they have nicer cars than you? Yeah, and somehow they also have car payments. That's crazy. I've never had a car payment that I paid. I did buy the vehicle duplex, and then the vehicle made the payments for cars. But I bought $2,000 or $3,000 cars that were 15 years old and then drove them until they fell apart. When I got the job with the police department, I worked at one for 6 years and moved to the next one, and I was only there for 2 years. But when I switched and I showed up at the new one, they called my car rolling PC. PC means probable cause, meaning that when a cop sees that car go by, you can pull it over because they don't have insurance or registration. They probably have a warrant. Because I had such old cars that was just the perception. So yeah, in my mind, my tenants are all richer than I am. So weird. And there's your overshare for the week. Ivan, howdy. Thank you for all the great content. What's your recommendation for experience with estate planning? Being of sound mind and body, I spent every dime. That should be the video that comes out at the will. No, I would put your properties in a trust. Trust is because then you don't have like an inheritance. Currently, we can have up to like $5 million in inheritance and not pay an inheritance tax. Each state's different, but that's federally. I think Washington State, they're incorporating inheritance tax. So trust is the way to go. Have a will. You don't want someone else deciding things for you, and you don't want family arguing over things that you can put in clear writing now while everybody's getting along. And I think the most important thing for estate planning, no matter how you look at this, grow generational wealth. Don't worry about the taxes. If they have to pay taxes, if they have to sell everything, whatever. For years, 40 years of my life, I thought Marine Corps, 20 years for a pension. 6 years in, injuries, war, downsizing, plans change. 8 years in law enforcement. I figured 20 years, there's a pension. Economic crash, housing crash, 2008, municipalities lay off police officers, no pension. What would my kids inherit if I worked for 20 or 40 years and had 2 pensions? A spouse might be able to continue to get a pension, but my kids would be over 18, so it wouldn't do anything for them. What were they going to inherit? Maybe the house I lived in if it was paid off. Instead, get on the property ladder. Get cash flow to make work optional. My life is better. Gain appreciation and principal pay down over decades that is going to make my kids inherit millions. So even if they had to sell everything and just get the money and pay the taxes, they're each going to have millions when that happens. If it happened today, they'd each have $1 million. Taxes, they'd each have about, less than $1 million, but it's pretty close to $1 million. That wouldn't happen without investing, which comes from increase what you make, decrease what you spend, save and invest the difference, rinse and repeat. Master a strategy until you gain wealth. My goal was financial freedom. My goal is to share how you reach financial freedom. A byproduct is you need to think about estate planning because you're actually going to have an estate for them to need a plan for. And Jay Hayes, howdy, took back a question to make me lose sleep tonight, to wonder forever what he said. Sam, have you tried getting rid of weeds all over your yard without using harsh chemicals. I would call a guy. I would call a lawn care service. I am investor, not entrepreneur. If I was an entrepreneur, I would think I can totally do this myself. I could probably get out there and just weed and find some natural green way of doing this. But I would just call a lawn care service. And when I've ever had lawn problems where I needed them to put down chemicals, I said pet friendly. That was my concern, was that I'm not going to hurt the tenant's pet. But yeah, I would call a service. Your gross rents sets aside 10% for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy. Maintenance would be included in that. Even in years where I replace a roof on a property, that didn't come close to 10% of gross rents. Yeah. So factor it into the expense, call a guy, have it done by a pro. I could replace a roof on my property. I'm not going to do it. I could mow the lawn at my property. I'm not going to do it. So yeah, I would definitely have, and then maybe that's the thing with me. I grew up doing trees, residential tree service. I hate yard work. I joined the Marine Corps because that was easier. So I would call a guy and then tip. CJ, and then my chat moved. Sorry. Perfect timing. CJ, what are your thoughts on using a lower down payment with owner-occupied financing and using your current primary residence as your first rental? That was kind of my plan. I was living in a house and I moved into an apartment and rented out the house to become a rental so I can get rental income on my tax returns. So that was my strategy to get around bad debt to income ratio, low income, so that rental income was factored into my debt to income ratio to make it possible for me to buy the next property. I think it's a great strategy, especially since you already have your primary to turn into a rental. As rates increase, a larger down payment seems more attractive because you're financing less. So I don't know that I would really focus on the small down payment unless it was the totality of your resources, like that was the reason. But if you're going to do this, will your single family cash flow as a rental? Look up the area average rents in your area. What is your principal, interest, taxes, insurance? And if you have to set aside now for maintenance and repairs in the future, that is now going to be a rental. Would it cash flow? When you buy the new one, you're using your owner occupied. If you can do this 2 or 3 times, you could literally be set for life. You don't have to do it always, and you don't have to do it forever, and you don't have to do it 100 times. But if you could buy a small multifamily, and if you really, really want to go with just single family lending, like I want to do a 5% down conventional, buy a single family with an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit. Just a friend of mine who actually works in the industry corrected me from always saying auxiliary dwelling unit, which both come up on a Google search. So she's just smarter than me. Accessory dwelling unit. So 2 houses, 1 property, numbers work like a duplex, but the lending is based on single family. So if that was the barrier stopping you from going duplex, triplex, or fourplex, look at a house with an ADU. Yeah. And I would do it 2 or 3 times. I've only house hacked twice, but that's the main reason why I was able to reach financial freedom in 8 years. Like it's been a little over 10 years now, but in 8 years, I literally made it to where I could have walked off the job and never worked again in my life because of house hacking. That's how big of it's not required. If you make a lot more money than I was making, you can do it without it. Or if you want to take 20 or 25 years instead of 8 or 10, you can do it. But house hacking speeds things up. It also lowers the amount that you need to retire. I mean, let's look at it this way. Let's say somebody is living in a house and their mortgage is $2,000 a month. And I'm living in my fourplex where I'm being paid $2,500 a month to live there. The difference in our incomes before we look at passive income from outside where we live or jobs or anything is $4,500 a month. That's the gap between me and somebody who has a $2,000 a month mortgage. House hacking is phenomenal. Yeah, with prices and rates going up, it's a rising factor. So hunt for the great deal. So sometimes your decision is going to be based on what you find. I'm looking for $1 million fourplex. In May of last year, I bought a duplex because it checked off every box. It wasn't what I was looking for, but it was the right investment to make. Million. Howdy. Just came late. Awesome. Appreciate you showing up. Sam, I have a potential tenant who is single and 28 years. Take single out of that sentence. Don't even think that way. 28 years old with a dog who wants to rent my 4-bedroom house. Would you do it? Just don't understand why you want such a big house. What? I want to live in a mansion on Mars. That's how close I want the neighbors to be. But yes, if you could, don't think so. Does her credit score meet your criteria? Does her eviction status meet your criteria? Those are the only 2 things I use. If you're going to use income, does her income, and I would, so take out her. It's not a single and wants me in my house. Would you do it? Why did I think it was a her? I have a potential tenant who is single and 28 years old with a dog who wants to rent my 4-bedroom house. Would you do it? I just don't understand why you want a big house. So guy or girl? I assumed girl. That was terrible. Age wouldn't matter to me. So depending on your area, you might not even be able to consider age. You definitely can't factor in single versus married, but you can look at income. And sometimes income is everything. Are they getting food stamps? Are they getting disability? Are they getting VA compensation? Are they, whatever the total income is? Do they check off your box? So take out single and take out age. And I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage rented to a single person. Yeah. And they just checked off all the other boxes. If you require income, their income has to hit it. Yeah, it's in most places, it is not legal to think age, gender, marital status, how many kids, or anything like that. So your criteria needs to be the same. So my criteria, 700 credit score, no evictions ever, human. That's it, right? And my Section 8 tenants even have more than a 700 credit score. So it doesn't matter. The property attracts the tenant, not the funding source. It would depend on if they checked off your other boxes, whatever those boxes were, and make sure your income requirement is for the property. If the rent is $3,000 a month and you require that they make 2.5 times, 2 times the rent, because I'm gonna do the math easy, that person or couple needs to make $6,000 a month, right? It doesn't matter if it's 1 person or 2 people. The requirement is for the property, not for how many people there are. And if they don't meet your criteria, then you just consider a cosigner, just like you would if you were renting to somebody who was moving out of the house at 18 and they had no credit, no consistent income for you to verify or anything. Then you just go, well, I need a cosigner. So if that person meets your criteria, I would rent to them. If they don't meet your criteria, give them the option of a cosigner, just like you would a couple. So I run a truck driving school and I am not HR trained. Whenever I'm doing an interview or an exit interview or a promotion interview or anything like that, I've got an HR person sitting next to me that tells the person when not to answer a question so that they can correct me and say, you can't ask that because I don't know the rules. But in this, I know you want to be as neutral, not using religion, not using politics, not using race, not using age. What criteria can you use? Credit score, eviction history. Some places don't even let you use criminal history or run a criminal check, so know your local laws. And then some people use an income requirement, but I never do that. If you use an income requirement, what you do is you eliminate people like bartenders, waiters, cosmetologists, people who primarily make their income through tips. And some of my tenants do that. A bartender, never late, house is spotless. Yeah, it's great. Million. Generally, how do you encounter tenants' credit, employment, and landlord history? I find a lot of interest, but low most of criteria. How do you encounter? So I'm guessing voice to text got you there. So I use apartments.com. It's free for me to own. They'll do, the tenant pays or the applicant pays $45. And for the fee, I get a credit check. So it gives me credit history and credit scores. And it takes an eviction history and it gives you employer contact info that the tenant supplied. So I don't use that information to verify work history. So I don't care what they make, but I do verify where they work because I want to take every chance I can to catch them in a lie early to save myself hassles in the future. So recently I had a person who works for the post office moving to the town from another area. Everything is just recently, this is over a year ago now. And so here's the new post office that I'm going to be working at. Here's the manager's name and here's the phone number. I go to Google. I look up post office in this town. I call. I ask to talk to the manager. I don't give a name. Get a manager, verify work history. Absolutely. Starting here whenever he moves in like a week or something. So apartments.com doesn't verify employment. That's something that's still our responsibility as the owner. So Michael Zuber has a thing where if your criteria is, minus 700 credit score, no evictions ever. If I don't get enough applicants, his suggestion is lower the rent by $25. You're going to increase the pool of people who might apply. You might have to go $50. They increase the pool until you find somebody who has your actual criteria that you want. A lot of owners go for 620 or higher credit scores because that's what most banks will lend on for a mortgage. I just have such high demand in my area that I'm able to go with that. And with a 700 credit score and no evictions ever, I've never in 10 years had a later missing rent payment. So for me, the criteria works. I don't care what someone's story is. I would look at a lower credit score and look at the history if I only had 1 or 2 applicants, but I have a place opening where a tenant is buying a house. There's already 10 applications filled out. I haven't even posted it yet. They used the last posting. Yeah. So the demand is so high that I could set my criteria there. So learn your demand in your area. You might end up, I would lower the rent price a little before I would lower the credit score requirement. But it could be area specific. If you live in an area that for some reason the credit score averages 600 or 650, your score might be that range. In my area, it's very common to have, like, my Section 8 tenant has an 831 credit score. Like, I haven't had issues with that. So, Michael, howdy. Generally, howdy, Dion. Just checking to see if you have any experience with duplexes or any sort of multifamily that were modular. Thank you for your time. Modular meaning mobile home, or modular where they built it on site? I don't think so. All of my properties are stick built, and my brother buys modular, and he has some that are house with ADU. So it's like a duplex, but it's 2 mobile homes on the property, and he kills it. He does great. The hardest part sometimes is lending. Sometimes lending doesn't loan on mobile homes. So that's what modular means in this context. But he was buying them for under $100,000 and then fixing them up. And the great thing is, once he got good at fixing up inside a mobile home, everything's the same. The HVAC system is the same. The wiring is the same. Like, the structure is the same. So once he got good at fixing 1 or 2 of the things, it's cookie cutter for him. So if you can find lending, and I would have said literally up until the last couple of years, the main difference between a modular and a stick built is a stick built is going to appreciate better. But there are mobile homes in my area selling for $350,000, right next to a house selling for $350,000. So either I was wrong, or lending changed to the point where they're starting to get the same appreciation. So I would absolutely look at it. I wouldn't think of it different. There are areas where, the fancier the house, the less likely it is to attract tenants. But in most of my areas, I'm in Class C, and mobile homes aren't much different than house in Class C areas. Thank you. Lumberjack landlord. Thank God you didn't create Union Ukrainian. No clue. Odessa Ukrainian. That's where we're from. Awesome. Nice. Yeah. No. Fair enough. And that's okay. My ancestry, I'm a mutt. So I think my dad would tell everybody we're Irish. My mom would tell everybody we're Italian. I was born in California in a dentist's office. So it doesn't make me from another country. Except California could pretty much be its own country. Han Solo, on your comment, don't join the service for free healthcare, betting on getting hurt. So you didn't join for the discount at Home Depot. I had a bunkmate that told me joined for dental benefits. If I needed dental work really bad, I'd go to prison. Great dental in prison. The ultimate house hack. Don't join the service for free healthcare. I didn't join for free healthcare. Yeah, don't go to get blown up for free healthcare. No, I joined the Marines because it was easier. And you get to shoot stuff and blow stuff. The recruiter loved me. I walked in and said, I want to blow stuff up. I didn't care what the MOS was. So I got 0311, which is a rifleman. Basically, every Marine is a rifleman, but that was my MOS. And then because my brain was just smart enough to give me a 120 on the Marine Corps score, so I was the dumbest smart kid, I became a tow gunner. So I was attached to tow units, mechanized anti-tank missiles. And I struggled because to get into the program, you had to have a 120. So I was in there with people that had 135, 132, 133. My friend Adam, way smarter than me, had like a 128 or something. So at 120, just smart enough to get in the program. So I was at stupid Marine on weekends studying when everybody else was out drinking because I could barely keep up with learning mechanized anti-tank missile systems. So Nick, howdy. Have you ever purchased a property with a water well and septic system? If so, what did you look for? Lessons learned from that purchase? I did. About half of my properties are on septic, and I prefer septic every time. I hate city sewer. At some point, someday, but not today, I'm going to have an issue with septic that actually costs me a significant amount of money. And that $20,000 that I spend is way less than what I pay for sewer on the properties. So yeah, I do bill back the tenants, but I also charge a septic charge to tenants too. So they're going to pay for that fix when it happens. I have one property that has a well, and every deal has something weird, like something off. Like I bought, my oldest house is 1921 and it's a house and a duplex. I don't know which one is the house and which one is the ADU. I don't care, but I just don't know. It's weird. Well, I bought this fourplex and it has a well and an existing contract, which I need to do for this month with 7-Eleven. There's a 7-Eleven next to it, and the well provides water to the fourplex and the 7-Eleven. So 7-Eleven pays me 1/3 of all expenses associated with the well. So they give me 1/3 of this water treatment company that checks it every month, and the electricity. And if there's any repairs, I bill them, I invoice them, and then they're on a net 30. So the next month I get the money. Haven't had them question me yet. That's weird. I didn't understand how a contract would work between properties from like the 70s. Like the contract was written when there weren't structures. The well was put in when 7-Eleven was put in on the property that I own. So when it was purchased to be developed, then the county recorded some weird contract where 7-Eleven has to provide 1/3 and I have to provide the water for 7-Eleven. So it's weird. So I don't know that I would like wells because that could be a big expense. So city water on most of my properties has an expense that tenant pays. But I hate sewer costs because I'm still responsible for any clogs because it's going to be in my tubes, pipes, whatever you want to call them, plumbing to the thing. It's not going to be that the city's clogged up. So I'm going to have the same expenses with septic or sewer. And I have a septic system in a house that was built in 1991 that was pumped in 2015. That's it. Never been touched. Nothing. I have all my other ones. I've had one pumped once, and it was, of course, hygiene products clogging it. And then my fourplex has like every now and then we have to go and clear this thing. It takes like 5 minutes. But sewer is $100 to $300 a month per property. That over 10 years is so much money. I could have put in a new septic system every 5 years and been just fine. So I prefer septic, not so sure on the well. A lot of people don't like septic because we've just never thought about it before. And then we start to invest and we think, oh, wow, if I have sewer, it's the city's problem. Well, everything at the property line is the city's problem. You still have all the property problems to your house. And any problems I've ever seen with septic isn't because the tank has an issue, unless you drive on it. Don't do that. It's because of the plumbing, the pipes, the drains. And that's going to mess up whether you have sewer and a massive expense every month or septic and two expenses ever on septic. So that's my preference there. Michael, in my experience, the first date is much cheaper than the last one. That's a great way to look at it. Nice. Tom, this is great info, and I do like the repetition of info I get. I'm passing through WV. I went to school in America. Where's WV? West Virginia. Nice. Yeah, I got one. I think pretty accurate. Pretty confident there. And the west side of VA. So poor signal. You'll keep listening. Awesome. Hopefully I'm keeping you awake. And I haven't screamed look out once yet. John, howdy. I currently own one single family house. Cool. What loan product do you recommend for my next property? Small multifamily. Don't have enough for 20% down and high debt to income ratio. So if you have a high debt to income ratio, I know it's not going to be what you want to hear. I wish I had like a magic button where you just go, oh, you just call this guy, this type of lending you do. Um, okay, actually, Alex Chen from Certain Lending does asset-based lending, but that might not help with the 20% down. It would help with a high debt to income ratio because that's not a factor. Your credit score is a factor, but your work history, your debt to income, none of that matters because they go off asset-based lending on what the property is going to perform as. So if you email me, I'll put my email in the chat before we're done. I'll connect you with Alex. But here's my answer. And this is you're looking at 10 years to make work completely optional and change the rest of your life and actually have your kids to inherit generational wealth. Okay. So while it won't be what you want to hear, this is the path I would take because it's the path I took. House hack. I know you love the house you're in and you think it's great. You only own one single family house and you want to buy an investment property. Buy a duplex and move into it. FHA loan would be 3.5% down. You could probably talk to a local credit union and get a 5% down conventional loan, 30-year fixed rate debt. Rent out the house that you have now. Hopefully it will cash flow. Run the numbers on it to where it makes sense. If it doesn't, maybe sell it. Use that money for your next purchase. House hack into a duplex for a year or two while you continue to save as you've reduced or eliminated your housing costs. Rinse and repeat. Maybe house hack twice, but you'll start saving enough money to have the 20 or 25% down payments for investment properties. Once you have rental income on 2 years tax returns, your debt to income ratio is not going to matter. It's literally not a factor. They're going to go, how much money will this property that you're buying make? 75% of those rents needs to cover the mortgage. If that's the thing, you can buy as much as you've saved the down payment for. You lose the debt to income ratio on how much you can borrow based on your salary, your income, your debt to income. It comes down to how much would the debt service be covered by the rent on the property. There might be some other requirements, like lenders like to see more than 3 months remaining on a lease instead of month to month isn't as attractive to them. And it always confused me when I would talk to a lender and they were basically saying they would let me make a 30-year commitment if I had at least a 3-month commitment from a tenant, which confused me until the lender explained to me, we're going to do this loan and then we're going to sell it. Like, we're not going to own the note. Like, we don't do that. We make our money making the loan and then selling the note. So we want to know that there's at least 3 months of payments coming in. Well, it's our problem. Once we sell it, that's not our problem anymore. I was like, okay. So that would be my suggestion. You're looking for a duplex, owner occupied, 3.5% down conventional, maybe 5% with an FHA loan, rent out the house that you're in now, rinse and repeat. You don't do it forever. You just do it for now. 5 to 10 years of not living in the place you really want to get to live anywhere you want to. And then, so can I say this and not brag? Because we usually talk about how much the first 5 years sucks. Like, drive 15-year-old, 17-year-old cars, wait till you're 8 to actually buy a decent car. No vacations. Like, 2018 was my first vacation in decades, right? Like, the sacrifice you make to make things work just sucks. But here's what it looks like now. And so it's going to sound like a brag. I'm sorry. I live in Washington State and I wanted to scuba dive. So I come to Florida and I tell the company I work for, I'm going to Florida and I'm going to scuba dive until I'm bored. When I'm bored, I'll be back. So it's probably going to be a month or two. I think I'm going back in like 2 weeks now. That's the plan. I've been here a month. I'm going back in 2 weeks. I'm paying $5,000 a month for a VRBO. Kind of a funny story. I got evicted from the first one. Got a really nice VRBO that would have cost me 10 grand, but I'm only paying $5,000. And my goal is to spend at least $5,000 on scuba. And like this Friday, I'm going with Daryl. We're going to fly in a helicopter and shoot some rifles. My goal is to spend $5 grand while I'm here. But the cash flow from my rentals, if you take out work, because I took a laptop and I'm going to do some work while I'm here, so I'm still going to get paid. But if you just took the rentals, cash flow from my rentals is $14,000 a month. I'm going to spend $10,000 a month here, be here for a month and a half, maybe 2, I don't know, month and a half probably. I will have more money in my account than when I left, trying to spend $5,000 or $10,000 a month It sucked to house hack. It sucked to sacrifice. It sucked to work overtime and not say, oh, I really worked a bunch of overtime. I deserve the better meal or a soda with my meal. I couldn't imagine in the beginning buying a soda and $2 or $3 for a drink at a restaurant. That's insane. Who can afford to do that? Like that was the way I lived. To where now I haven't looked at the price on a menu in 2 years. Really appreciate going to lunch with Daryl the other day, and he was like, "You got to try this lobster Bloody Mary." I was like, "Oh, that maybe they got like a type of vodka that same lobster or whatever alcohol goes. I don't even know goes into a Bloody Mary. No, it's a Bloody Mary that comes with a stick with this huge lobster on it that you eat." And I was like, "Oh, that's great. I'll do that." I didn't even care what the price is. And if I do meet and go out with anybody to lunch, my requirement is that we pay for our own lunches. It's very important for me. I don't want you to pay for my lunch. I would feel like a total hypocrite if I took money from somebody. So, yeah. So that's what I'm hoping. What would it take to get started? You have a bad debt to income ratio. You don't have the 20% down. To embrace the suck. 5 years or so of maybe house hacking and not living where you really want to live so that you can live however you want to live. Hopefully that didn't sound like too much of a brag because I don't want to do that. Where was I at? Okay. My Earth Guide. Will you consider writing a book someday? Talked about that a little bit at the beginning, ironically enough. So thanks for asking. I am currently narrating 15 conversations. It's not upside down. 15 conversations with real estate millionaires for Michael Zuber. I am this far into it. And I would have been further, but the last 2 days, Murphy's fourth corollary kicked in here in Florida, and either the birds were too loud or it was raining and thundering too loud, and I couldn't record for literally 2 days straight. I was trying to, but it's got to be quiet. So if you ever listen to the book and you hear some birds chirping in the background, I'm sorry. They're just so many birds here in Florida. So while I'm doing that, any extra time that's not dedicated to work or YouTube or managing rentals or shooting rifles from a helicopter is narrating that book. So I'm not doing anything till that's done. The next thing on my agenda in the next few months is I have outlined a book that I want to write. But it's not like any book that I've seen where, one rental at a time tells the story of 15 years to financial freedom and literally breaks down, get to 4 rentals. It changes your life. You can do traditional lending. You can do, right off the MLS, right from the MLS. It's not like Rich Dad, Poor Dad, where it says an asset and a liability. It's not like cash flow that explains the tax benefits and the quadrants. Mine is going to read like an instruction manual. Each chapter is going to be, there'll be an intro of, where I'm at currently in my situation and why you might want to listen to me, because financial freedom happens with 16 units or whatever I have when I write the book, because I'm looking for one now. But then each chapter is going to be like the binder strategy, how to get a tenant to request a rent increase, how to screen a tenant, how to, what software to use like apartments.com or Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace to get credit checks done, to get background checks done, to, list your properties. So each chapter is generally going to be something that I thought was important enough to make a video on. And then I'm going to lay it out and I'm going to have to figure out the chronology. I've got it all outlined already. So it won't be a storybook. It's going to be, you read through it, and then 6 months later, you're like, okay, so we're having a tenant flip. What was that chapter on? Here's the checklist of things I do when a tenant moves out. Here's what I do with the property when the tenants are out. Here's how I advertise my property. Here's, how to pick your screening criteria, how to set rents in a hot market, like a chapter for each step of what you're going to be doing. And if just 5 people bought the book and then sat back and they had their instruction manual on how to run this like a business, that'd be totally worth it. So that's my plan on a book. I might narrate it if I can find a quiet enough place. So. Nate and Jess. Howdy. Health insurance options. So I'm sorry if it seems a little confusing if you've been here for a bit and we haven't talked health insurance. The first 17 minutes of this video is investing in financial freedom, retiring early, how healthcare works. And I do give some options. So here's the Cliff Notes version, but I'm going to ask you that later, please go back and listen to the first 17 minutes because I really go into a lot more detail. If you're working, you are paying for healthcare. Even if your premium is 0 and your employer's paying it all, you're paying it. It's factored into your wage package. employer had X amount of dollars to spend to get somebody to work there. They took some of it and put it into a retirement match. They took some of it and put it into healthcare. And then they took some of it and put it into your wage. Maybe whatever else perks your job comes with. Some people are paying 150 bucks a month for their premium, and then the employer is covering the rest. So in one instance, employer's covering 100%, you're paying zero, but it's coming out of your employee package. In the other example, you're paying 100 or 150, so you're paying 10%, the employer's paying 90. So your healthcare coverage probably costs between $900 and $1,300, depending on your age and the type of package that you have. So you are paying for it now. When you quit working, even when you quit, so you voluntarily stop working, you can opt into Cobra. And initially, when you had Cobra, you had 60 days to choose to do it. Well, with COVID, and you have 60 days from the end of the emergency. Whenever they determine that the emergency is over, you have 60 days to do it. It's expensive because now you take on 100% of the premium, and your company would only usually offer Cobra if you had 50 or more employees working there. So that is one option. The other one is the ACA, which somebody typed in earlier. I think it's the American Cares Act, Affordable Care Act, where Obamacare. And a lot of people think that you have to make a certain amount of money or less to qualify for that, and that's not true. You can actually use those programs regardless of money. What you can do is if you make a certain amount or less based on how many people are in your family, and that number changes often, so check out the websites for the ACA health insurance. If you make that amount or less, you qualify for tax benefits that really make it affordable. Affordable Cares Act, right? So you can get lower premiums if you make too much money. The great thing with that is pre-existing conditions couldn't disqualify you from getting on it. There's also private insurance, and if you do that, I recommend using a broker because there's no broker fees for private insurance. It's baked into them. Like whether you use a broker or find it on your own, you're going to be paying for a broker, so you might as well find an insurance broker to get the best rates. Several different tiers that you can look at with high deductibles, low deductibles, amounts of coverage, vision, dental, but they have an expense. It's going to cost you money to eat food. It's going to cost you money to travel. It's going to cost you money to entertain yourself. It's going to cost you money for housing. So house hacking is a way to get rid of that, but you still need the property to do it, right? You need income to pay for travel, your vehicle. You need income to pay for food. You need income to pay for healthcare. It is a line item on the expense report. That's what my friend Beth says, and I'm stealing it. It's exactly a line item on the expense report. It takes this much money to have this health insurance. So my problem, and the reason why I wanted to do this video on, how to retire early with healthcare is because a lot of people say, I can't retire early because I don't have healthcare. Well, if you retire early, how are you going to eat? It's just an expense. You need to eat. It's going to cost you money, right? So you have an asset that generates money that pays for food. You need an asset for every expense. I have a vehicle duplex. I want a healthcare duplex. If you have 4 or 5 kids, you might need 2 healthcare duplexes or a healthcare fourplex, right? You need more cash flow if the expense is more. There's short-term insurance programs, which are usually a lot less, but doesn't cover pregnancy if you're already pregnant, doesn't cover pre-existing conditions. There's a few other issues with it. The really cool thing with the Affordable Cares Act, and this is one that really matters to investors. Remember, if you make a certain amount or less, you're going to get these tax credits to make it much more affordable to have that insurance. Well, as an investor, it's based on your net income. And I explained this at the very beginning. So again, I'm going to try to do it really short. And I just share transparent numbers just so you know what's going on. Last year, my profit after principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and setting aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy, like all expenses, what was left was $128,000. But because of beautiful things like tax write-offs and depreciation, on paper, I get to carry a loss of $8,900 to next year. So my net rental income was negative $8,900. If I wasn't working, would qualify for the ACA program at the lowest net income if I didn't have a job, right? So if you're investing, depending on what your net looks like, you might actually make a lot of money, which to me, $128,000 is a lot of money. It's more money than I ever made doing most of the other jobs I've ever had in my life. And I didn't even have to get out of bed for it. It's why real estate is awesome. And then Chester did the math for me, which I'm going to have to check later. This year is going to look a lot better than last year. Holy crap. It's going to look a lot better than last year. I'm still probably going to be able to carry forward a loss because of depreciation. I want to buy another property this year and use write-offs. And if I had to pay some taxes, yeah, that'll be my net taxable income. But I'd probably still be below the threshold to qualify for not low income, but like where they give you the tax credits for the ACA. So there were some options. You're probably going to get sticker shock when you look at the insurance because it can be $600 to $1,200 per person. So if you have a family, it's going to be a bit more. But again, it's a line item on the expense report. If you want to drive a 10-year-old Toyota Corolla, you might want a vehicle single-family house. If you want an orange Lamborghini, like the lumberjack landlord does, you're probably going to want the duplex or the property or the 5-unit property or whatever, where the cash flow covers the expense of the vehicle. So if you want better healthcare, more assets to cover that expense. The point of financial freedom is to not have to sell your life 1 hour at a time. We start with, I don't want to sell my life 1 hour at a time for the money that I need to eat and live and entertain myself, right? Don't fall into the trap of, I'm 60, I'm going to work this kind of part-time job for the next 5 years till Medicare kicks in just so I have healthcare. Find a way to get an asset to cover the expense and buy your freedom. The freedom to eat, the freedom to travel, the freedom to go scuba diving or shoot rifles from a helicopter comes from assets paying for the expense. Healthcare is just another expense. That was the point of making this video, is I wanted people to understand, just put it in a column. I need to generate this much money that doesn't come from me working, and then I can retire. That money includes healthcare. So first 17 minutes really broke that down for you, though. So I'm sorry if you came this late. It wasn't going to be a whole video. All of my live streams each week is, I try for 10 minutes, but it usually ends up being 20 or 30 minutes covering a topic. My plan is eventually, when I'm not lazy, is to take those out and make separate 10 to 30 minute videos that stand alone. But then the rest of this is literally AMA. Ask me anything. Real estate related. You can ask me anything, but I have answers for real estate related, financial independence related, that kind of stuff. So hopefully it wasn't confusing, Nate and Jess, that we hadn't recently talked about healthcare. Amanda, in regards to a first-time home buyer conventional loan, is the limit to 10 active loans, or is it 10 loans total ever? It's 10 in your name currently. So you can refinance out 5 into a portfolio, and that drops you down to 5 in your name. As a quick example. It's 10 loans total ever. Do you know if they also count refinances as another loan towards the 10? So if you refinance and it's a second, it probably could count. I haven't actually asked a lender that yet. But if you refinance and it eliminates the first one, that is a current existing loan in your name. You can have 10 existing Fannie Freddie backed loans in your name. Another benefit to the loans I'm looking for that come from Convoy Home Mortgage, where they have a 30 or 40-year fixed rate debt on up to 8 units, is that it's not a Fannie or Freddie backed loan. So that if I get that mortgage, it doesn't count against the 10 in my name, because it's not 10 mortgages. It's 10 mortgages in your name backed by Fannie Freddie, if that makes sense. So great question. 10 currently existing loans in your name, 20 if you're married and you put each of the loans in only one of the spouse's names. So it doesn't double the number of loans that each person can have, but it doubles the number because it's in each person's name. Great question. Thank you. Kevin, howdy. A house had bedrooms. Nice. I found a home in my ideal market with 5 bedrooms and an unpermitted detached garage that was converted into a studio apartment. How do you approach unpermitted work? Would depend on your municipality and figuring out how to get it permitted, because the risk you have in some areas is an unpermitted. Well, first of all, it's going to be storage when it comes to the appraisal. So if the appraisal on a purchase would require that to be rentable or livable space, the appraiser might not do it. If it's permitted, you could get it permitted eventually. You could try to do that. They're going to, check the work, have the electrician work checked, all that kind of stuff. So your municipality will determine how easy or hard that is. If you have somebody renting there in some areas and they find out it's not permitted and they tell the municipality, you might owe them all the rent they've ever paid you. And they can continue living there. Like some rules in some areas are very unfriendly to somebody because they want you to follow the rules. So you can also go to the municipality and say, if I buy this, what's it going to take to get it permitted? So you run the risk, depending on your area, of having to reimburse every penny you've ever collected, not be able to collect rents from them going forward and not be able to get them out. So would it work? Would the numbers work if that wasn't included in the purchase price? I'd look into it. Yeah. I would also recommend watching. I love my brain. He invests in Seattle. He rents by the room. Todd Baldwin. He literally does that, and he would know more on those rules. But the unpermitted area, I think that's kind of the standard with all investors. Maybe come to the Lumberjacks live stream Sunday morning at 11:30 Eastern and ask him the same question, because he's probably dealt with more of that. For me, it's really important to be compliant with the municipalities and the cities, because I like to sleep like a baby. I like to not worry about anything. And I don't want my tenant going, I just found out this is not permitted. So here's how the rules work in their favor. Check with your city and do the numbers work if that wasn't a rentable area. That's what I would look into. REI Stoners. Howdy. Move to another state to save way more money. You got to do what you can to save for the first property. I totally agree. Yeah. Cool. Jay Hayes. Howdy. Looking forward to your book. Thank you. You need another drink to save that voice, though. Yeah, we're not quite to the 3 hours yet, but tonight's video is brought to you by not Grant Cardone, but in his name, the 10X vodka, which is now an empty bottle. Empty bottles make me sad. There we go. The name I can't pronounce. Okay, Loco Eddie Fi. Okay. Hopefully I remember that next year, next week, next time. Loco Eddie Fi. I'm going to call you Eddie. It's a great name. My brain was wired all kinds of wrong on trying to say that. Came from frustration trying different combinations and become too lazy to change. Awesome. No, works great. It makes you stand out. Like, I'll remember the name. It's beautiful. REI Stoners. To get my house insurance numbers correct, how should I go about that? And your next question is, do you know how to calculate PTI, which I'm thinking is that your insurance PTI, like you're trying to say PMI or MIP, or do you mean PITI, like principal, interest, taxes, insurance? So to get your insurance numbers correct, I would get a quote. If you email me, REI, I will connect you with the agent that I've had great luck with. But I also call every major one, State Farm, Farmers, Allstate, Geico. Get a quote every time I'm doing a purchase. Sounds like a lot of work, but it's like 5 or 6 phone calls that can impact you from, here's my quotes. $600 a year, $5,200 a year. I want to say exact same coverage, but the $600 a year had more coverage for outbuildings, which the property didn't have. So you definitely want to call for quotes. You're in Washington, so we don't have to deal with like earthquake insurance, flood insurance, depending on your property. If you're in a wetlands, you might have to. It's kind of rare though. But if you're in a place like Florida, depending on the year that the property's made, you can tell. As I'm driving down and I see all the new construction going, you'll see all these houses, and then you'll see they build up a 3 or 4 foot wall of dirt, and then they build another house. So that new house built at a certain elevation is going to have better flood insurance than the houses that are at ground level. So one house right next to each other built differently can have thousands of dollars difference in flood insurance every year. So get a quote every time. Just like if you watched the live stream that I did a couple weekends ago on how to get the best interest rates, insurance is the same way. Get a quote from a couple, find the one you like, and then when you find the property that you're closing, you take that information and you send it to the other ones and say, here's the quote I'm getting from this property, from this insurance provider. And they'll point out things like, well, their injury is only this much, or their whatever. They'll point out a negative quickly, just like a lender will point out another's fees that are too much. And if they can beat it, they can. Great. And if they can't, then you stick with the original. Just like with lending, you're making a commitment. And I'll check my insurance every couple of years at a property, especially like this year, all of insurance is going up. I'll call around and get quotes. A lot of people who buy a house, just home buyer, that's not an investor, they're going to live in a house. They get their home insurance and then they never think about it. For 30 years, they pay the mortgage with the home insurance, not even caring what it is or what it. You can shop that every year and get, or probably even less than that, every month if you wanted to. But switching it every year makes sense because there's a time when the policy ends and the mortgage will pay for the next one. And if your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance is how to calculate it, I use the CDS, like Charles David Sam, CDS rental calculator app. It lets you put in the mortgage, the down payment, the percent for closing, how much you're going to set aside for repairs and maintenance and vacancy and HOA and every other thing you can have on there. You hit it, it gives you what your cash on cash return is going to be. And then if you go down to the bottom, so on the page, if you've used it, on the page where you see this is what your cash on cash return would be, the very bottom, there's a hyperlink. So it doesn't look like a clickable box, but it's just words you can click on. Amortization schedule. If you click on that, it tells you what your principal and interest will be. It won't tell you what your insurance is going to be because you estimated that when you put it in there. So that's how I do that. Your mortgage insurance, you're going to have to check with your lender. So many factors there, what your credit score is, the amount of your down payment, that's so different with each lender that I don't have all of that memorized. Hope that was the question you were looking for. Julie, you won't buy an EV, but I thought it might be good business. Our governor does. My chat moved. Sorry. Our governor does as he's told. Right. Eddie, what steps would you recommend taking to get over the fear of making your first deal? I have 12 months of reserves from your price range, but mental block keeping you from pulling the trigger. For some reason, I didn't have this, but I would have it now. For the first 40 years of my life, I had income from a job. I had some side hustles, but they weren't much. They were like selling things from World of Warcraft on eBay, right? Expert witness testimony for a couple thousand a year. So they weren't like replaceable, replacing your income side hustles. I would live in absolute terror, unable to sleep today if I didn't have multiple sources of income from each rental. They're duplexes, they're spread out. So they pull tenants from different areas. They're in different counties. They each cash flow, a third of my portfolio could support my life across the board. So each different third of it. So I sleep like a baby. I work because I love my job. Don't need to. They can fire me tomorrow, and I might thank them. I might go, that's cool. It's been fun, right? I might work for the next 10 years. I don't know if I'm going to retire late. I love my job. But I sleep like a baby because I don't need it. If you haven't got your first deal yet, how do you sleep? So take this to heart. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I actually want you to think. How long would unemployment last? How long would, if you're a truck driver, if you lost your med card? But what kind of an adjustment to your income would you have to make if you go from driving a truck for 80 or 90,000 a year to dispatching a truck for 50,000 a year? If you have a family, your family is relying on your source of income, your job or your spouse's job. That's terrifying. That's how I'd get over the fear of not getting that first deal. You won't get to the 10th deal without the first one. The first one gets you to the 10th. So I know that what I just said made me sound like a complete and utter ass, but I'm trying to connect and actually say, you have the fear in the wrong box. The fear should be, what happens if I lose my source of income? Get it off of, I need to buy a rental, because you could lose some money, right? And then you have to work a little harder and you're going to work a little longer. It's not the end of the world. You lose that income and the ability to get another income, very close to the end of the world. Get a couple of rentals. And Michael Zuber says it perfectly. Get to 4. You don't need 100. You don't need 16 units. You just need 4 properties and your life changes. And the first one is hardest. You're in analysis paralysis days. You're figuring, what strategy do I want? Have you talked to a lender yet to find out, with your debt to income ratio, your income, your work history, what can you borrow? Like, the quantifiable aspect of that will help you. And here's a phrase I want you to remember, right? So, Eddie, confidence comes from competence. Each skill that you learn Can you figure out the area average rents by going to apartments.com, Craigslist, and Facebook Marketplace and figuring out for a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom house, how much would it rents be expected to get? Can you download the CDS rental calculator app and run the numbers on if I paid 400,000 for this or 300,000, what would it be? If I did a 20% down payment or a 5% down payment, what would it be? The more you mess with that and you develop the skill to figure out what your amortization schedule will actually be, what the payments will actually be, what the area average rents are, two totally separate skills, but you master those skills and you get competent in figuring out area average rents and how much it's going to be on a monthly payment, then that confidence comes. Confidence comes from competence. Pick the skills that you can learn. And the steps for getting started in real estate are the same. Learn how to save. That comes from increasing your income, decreasing your spending. Save that difference. Work on your credit score. Try to get a goal, the goal of 740 or higher, because it gives you the best lending options, best interest rates. Step 3, talk to a lender to find out what your options are. All of these steps happen in that first year when you're in analysis paralysis and then the fear of taking the first. You get the confidence down because you have the competence of the tactics for your strategy. You'll feel bad for not taking action. Start making offers. That all happens later. I haven't even talked to an agent yet, right? The agent happens later. Hey, you get to a lender, then you got to pick a strategy. Local, at a distance, buy and hold, house hack, short-term, long-term, single family, small multifamily. Like, what are you going to focus on? All of that happens after all of those things that I listed out. The more you do those things I listed out, it just makes sense. When you find the right deal and you're like, that's going to cash flow, I better make an offer. So we go from this fear of taking action. Then you got the skills down. And we get the fear of, what if I don't find a deal, right? You've got all these skills. You've taken the time. You've learned, I can totally do this. So then you start looking for deals and you start making offers. So you have your agent set up your auto searches for what you're looking for your strategy, and you start making offers. And we go through 2 new steps of fear. You make an offer on a place that you realize that will cash flow because you have the confidence that comes from the competent skills you use to get to the point where you know what the return would be. You make the offer. And you have this fear. I'm afraid they might not take my offer. It's such a good deal. Somebody else is going to overbid me, right? Then you switch immediately, like within a minute. Oh, crap. What if they take my offer? Then I've got to pay for an inspection, pay for an appraisal. I've actually got to go talk to tenants. I've got to actually do this. Your fear is going to be different along the way, but you get to the fear of the real fear is living on that one income or you and your spouse's income. That's terrifying. All these other little fears in real estate, once you've done something once, the first time is terrifying. It's scary. The first time I paid for an inspection, I'm like, you're going to charge me $550 and I might not even buy this place. Like, I haven't closed yet. I'm going to spend $500. That's $550. Now I'm like, that inspection is going to save me so much money on the renegotiation because of the things I can point out that need done where I might save 10 grand. I hope it's $500 to $1,000. That changes. The first time, terrifying. The second time, it's almost like you could teach a class. So that's my advice. Get the confidence that comes from competence. There you go. And then you took a message back to mess with me. 12 months after 20% down, estimate closing. Good. Neo Collective. You do the exact same thing with cars. Always have the worst car that anyone I know and proud of it. I did for a long time too, up until 2018. Since then, it's been nice car and nice car next, but I'm not paying for it. The property is paying for it. The tenants are paying for it. Very different than I didn't want to ever sell my life 1 hour at a time to buy a car. Be working for a car? That's crazy. Yep. REI stoners. You can live beneath your means and still enjoy life while saving for the first property. What did you do for fun in those first 5 years? We're enjoying disc golf. Scuba diving is not too expensive as long as you know somebody with a boat or you have access to a place, because once you have most of your gear, oxygen tank refill is really kind of the only expense. I'm an online gamer. I actually made money for a long time off online games. I haven't figured it out with VR yet, but VR is good cardio. I live in the Pacific Northwest, tons of places to go hiking. I have friends who have RVs and trucks, and they go out every weekend and they go camping somewhere, right? So I'll drive out on a Saturday, spend the day there, and then drive back because I don't currently yet have a property to buy the RV and the truck. Future possibility. Don't know. Um, I don't know that I did a lot. I think, and if you can learn to look at properties like it's a hobby, you want to look at the auto searches to find the deals to calculate the cash flow. There are some people who go out and they'll take $100 and they'll buy scratch lottery tickets. And I agree. Lottery is a tax on the poor, right? So the people that are doing this generally don't have a lot of money. They might have some, but they don't have a lot. And it's funny. The more each person gets money, I've got a friend who used to do this a lot with scratch tickets. Um, Now has a rental. I haven't seen them buy scratch tickets in a while. But every time you're scratching a ticket, you might win $5. You might win $1,000, right? You could win some money on these things. So it's fun to have a habit doing that. Totally get the investment of the $100. Every email from my agents on here's the auto search for your area is my scratch ticket. I get to open it. I get to see I get to see the aspects of the property. I get to see what the current rents are for the tenants, what the area average is, what my loan structure would look like. Like it's a game to figure out, is this the lottery ticket I'm going to buy? I'm going to take my money and invest in this property and then create this cash flow. Like, like that's a fun hobby to me. Um, yeah, but you do have 2 to 5 years where maybe you don't see a lot of movies. Maybe you don't need a lot of fancy restaurants. $50 for a meal is great. $500 for a meal, not so much. I didn't take any trips. 2018 was my first trip. Took a month. Went to Thailand. The next year took a month. Went to Colombia for a month in 18. Thailand in 19. 2020 COVID, nothing. 2021 took a month with my brothers and traveled all over the U.S. This year so far, doing 2 months, month or 2 months in Florida for scuba. I'm probably going to go. My brother and I were planning to go to Russia at the end of this year. I think that's changed. So back to Thailand or the Philippines or someplace for some more scuba, maybe Brazil. But that happens after the first 5 years. Get that income snowball to kick in, and then all of that becomes an option where you don't feel like it's like, I feel weird. I'm going to spend all this time down here and go back and have more money than when I came down here. I would not be financially free if I did that in the first 5 years. Han Solo, speaking of leaving properties to kids upon passing away, is there a tax limit to step up in basis? And does that also erase all depreciation recapture or just the portion due to some limit cap? So it's really nuanced, and you want to talk to a tax pro about it. And I want to say the good thing, but not the good thing. It's not your problem. It's your kids' problem. So you want to make it as easy on them as possible, right? You don't want to make a tax event that makes them basically lose on any benefit that you were going to give them. But the stepped up tax system doesn't reset the depreciation to the value that they're inheriting it at. And have a tax professional explain this to you better. But it eliminates the depreciation recapture to the value that it was purchased at. So it's not as good a benefit as you could think, but it is a benefit. There are some limits, and it changes depending on who's in office. There have been times where there was a $20 million limit on inheritance tax, then there's a $5 million, and it can change depending on who's in office. So that's why a trust is usually the best way to go, because nobody's inheriting anything. They're just changing out who runs the trust. Definitely have a tax pro look at it. And if you have 3 or 4 properties, it's worth the probably $2,500 it takes to set up the trust. As you have more, it probably costs more. Yeah. Tax pro to explain that, because it's really nuanced. Changes often too. RIA stoners. You can bet RIA stoners smoke every day too. I think somebody told me that it was federally decriminalized, but I think it's only passed in one side, either the House or the Senate, and it's still got to go through the other. So we'll see what happens there. CDL driver, held to federal standards. So I don't do that. But most of the people I know do. Because we live in Washington, where everything's legal. Well, that's legal. Oregon, everything's legal, right? Or not criminalized. Ivan, thanks for the estate planning information. You have 3 rental properties and still adding to your portfolio, but they are under your name. Will placing it in a trust interfere with future refinancing? No, it'll actually probably help. Putting them in an LLC can mess with future refinancing. Lumberjack landlord would have the best explanation for trust and refinancing in the future. He uses trust for all of his properties. He doesn't use LLCs. But you can also ask your lenders how it would impact their product, because lenders are not all made the same. And they're not all made the same 1 month to the next. So don't expect that 1 month they say, this is what we do and exactly how it works, that next month it's going to even be close to that. So, baby cakes. Howdy. Can I buy first house for cash as investment property and borrow 75% of the value of that house for owner occupied second? Sorta. So you can, but when you purchase a property, you get the best interest rates. And you purchase it owner occupied, you get the best interest rates. When you live in a property and you do a refinance, it's going to be worse interest rates. So you would have been better off buying it. Some people will buy cash to get the deal because cash is more attractive to the seller. And a lot of cash deals aren't cash. There are lenders out there that go, based on you can borrow $500,000. We don't care about the property. So now you can go out and make a $500,000 offer on a property and call it cash, because the lending can't fall through because of the property. So a lot of cash deals are actual loans. But it's a way to make it look more attractive to the seller. But that refinance, pulling the money out, your ARV is probably going to be lower than what you expect, because when you go to buy a property, there's a human being making an offer to a human being saying, I want to buy it for this price, and they want to sell it for this price. So the appraiser's most likely to come close to there, usually. When you're doing a refinance, especially if you've done any kind of upgrades like a BRRRR or any rehab or anything like that, the appraisers will look at comps from up to 6 months ago, because they don't currently have somebody today making an offer for that amount to buy the property. So it's a little tricky. Check with your lenders on which is the best route to go and find out what is the interest rate difference on if I get a loan to buy a property or buy cash and then get a loan to take the money out. 75% LTV sounds about right. I've heard of some doing more, especially owner occupied. So you have different options, but I don't think it would be called a second. Can I buy the first house for cash as an investment property and borrow 75 of the value of that house? So you have options of like home equity line of credit or an actual mortgage. I don't know that they would call it a second, because second means you have an existing mortgage and then you're getting another mortgage for some of that equity. Han Solo, do you have any recommended VA lenders? I have not used my VA loan. Most of the lenders I work with also do VA loans and give you better rates. So you could check with Matt, the mortgage guy. He will connect you with somebody in your area. When he connected me with someone in the Washington State area, they were really good to work with, like quick and responsive. I have the money saved for a down payment now, which is why I'm with the Three Amigos this Thursday. I'm going to have Matt and Mike go through the steps on what my options are. Once I use this money for the down payment, I think I'm going to use my VA loan to buy the next property as a house hack and do 100% finance, because I'm so low on financing. I'm at like 54-ish% as they appreciate. That LTV keeps going down. And I want to be around 70. I think 70% LTV with 30% equity, I'm getting the best appreciation, the best principal pay down. And I'm in a safe enough position where I want to be. I'm in a safer position where I'm at now, but I don't need to be that safe. I want to have that much. I want to have security, but I also want to have the benefits of what leverage does for us. So Matt, the mortgage guy, he's on one rental at a time. And if you email me, let me put my email in the chat for anybody. And for anybody who has been here since the beginning, we've passed the 3-hour mark. I totally understand if anybody has to dip out. I see that we've gotten a whole bunch of likes tonight. I appreciate every single one of those. Those are awesome. So VA lenders. So Mikkel, howdy. You have a question off topic. After the 3-hour mark and my brain starts to go punchy and my voice starts to go, all questions are fair game. Where was I at? REI Stoner. So feel free to put in your question unless you already did it. Okay. REI Stoners. As a weed grower, I used to rent multiple bedroom homes and use them to grow in, and a bunch of other people I know. I know a bunch of people who've done that. My sister-in-law actually had a mobile home, and basically half of it burned to the ground, and there was a bad grow. And her insurance got her a whole new place. It was rented to tenants, and they did that. So make sure your insurance is current. Jay, A will end up in a probate court and take 3 to 6 months, costing about 10% of the estate. You might want to consider a trust. Yeah, trusts are definitely the way to go. I'd still have a will that explains it like a absolute overshare. Here's my will. I have 3 kids. Each of you get 1/3 of all of these assets, minus probate costs and whatever, right? Unless you spend 1 penny on your mother, then the other 2 get your third. So that would be in a will, not in a trust, and not real, just something I tell my kids. Michael, what do you think about using a home equity line of credit to buy a rental? That is actually the strategy that my brother used. He had his primary home paid off, which was a house with an ADU, and he took out a home equity line of credit, bought a property that was basically falling down mobile homes, did a full rehab himself. He's like a craftsman with skills, and then turned it into a really nice rental, focused and paid off the home equity line of credit, rinsed and repeat. The question for a home equity line of credit, a refinance, or a sale of a property to take the capital is always the same. Do you have the deal to deploy the funds? So a refinance, I would want to make sure I know the deal's there. A sale, I would want to make sure I know the deal's there, because especially with a 1031, you have a strict timeline. With a home equity line of credit, you might get that set up for the amount that you can use and then look for the deal. So I'd be more confident to set that up. But remember, they can have adjustable rates. For me, I'd want to get it paid off and as fast as possible. Most of them have a locked rate for 10 years, but that means still adjustable. So shorter term debt for home equity line of credit. And I would want to make sure that the property that I'm purchasing creates enough cash flow to justify the debt I'm probably going to be creating on that and the work it takes to buy it, and the added debt to the existing asset. And you have to understand that a home equity line of credit impacts your debt to income ratio. So if you can borrow $100,000 on a home equity line of credit, they add $1,000 a month to your monthly expenses in your debt to income ratio. 1% of what you could borrow with the home equity line of credit is added into your DTI. So take out the home equity line of credit if you're going to use it for a down and a loan on another property. All of that's going to aggregate together into your DTI. So you have to run the numbers to make sure you have the option to do what you're actually trying to do. I haven't done it. Last year, Matt, the lumberjack landlord, and Michael Zuber for One Rental at a Time tried to talk me into doing a cash out refinance on my one paid off property to have money ready for the deals that could come up in the next year or 2. They have much larger portfolios, and each of them have 3 or 4 paid off properties. Right? So it makes sense. They've refinanced a bunch of properties. They've pulled out equity. They have multiple 6 figures ready to pounce on the next great deals, right? I'm stacking cash. I'm saving every month. Even on this trip, I'm going to go home to more money than when I left, right? And so I'm still saving. Those exact numbers are coming out in a video I'm doing with the 3 amigos this Thursday. It's probably going to be a mistake, but I'm going to share like every detail. So don't sue me, bro. I'm trying to help. I did not do the cash out refinance like they suggested. Now they have been investing longer. They're both smarter. I trust their advice. But it's my only paid off property. And I like the security of rents could drop 50% and I still wouldn't have to lose anything. I wouldn't have to pay any of the expenses myself still. $24,000 coming in every month, $11,000 is principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and setting aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy. Like it could drop by $12,000 and I'm still not into my pocket a month. Like that's very comforting. So if I did a home equity line of credit or a cash out refinance and I took that money to put it to work somewhere else, you lose the equity on the existing asset. You lose some cash flow on the existing asset. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. For some people, it's the best strategy, recycle capital. It is why the lumberjack landlord has over 115 units and why Michael Zuber probably has over 200 units now. Like it's why they were able to grow that fast. My goal wasn't to grow that fast. Like I said earlier, I have 16 units. I don't want 115. I don't want 200. I'm not sure I want 16. I might sell my single family house, take the money and pay off 2. It's enough to pay off 2 duplexes, increasing my cash flow more than what the house is cash flowing. So I'd increase my overall net cash flow, reducing the number of properties I have to maintain, tenants I have to manage. So my goal is not to grow the biggest portfolio ever. It was to reach financial freedom by a factor of 4 or 5, big, huge padded numbers, so that I don't ever have to work again in my life. I can work. I'm still working, not this month or last month, but I still have a job. I think I have a job when I get back. I don't know if I want one. I didn't say that. Okay. Note the above is depending on the state. Yes, everything like that is very state dependent. Rich, howdy, that is right. About mobile home, depends on neighborhood, brand new, just sold for $385,000. Yep. And the one I saw that was over $300,000 was probably put there in the 90s. Like, it's crazy. Waleed, howdy. Would you go over the numbers on how you purchased and house hacked the fourplex you are in? Yes. And if you really want the details, BiggerPockets episode 448, I really broke down the fourplex in there. So was listed for $595. I offered $600,000 even. During the inspection, I found out that it needed a roof and some decks and some other things, and I asked for $20,000 off the price. They came back at 10, so we settled at $590. So purchase price $590, did 20% down owner occupied. So the down payment, the roof that I had to put on, and a little bit of other work, my total expense out of pocket was $141,000. Numbers I never thought I would ever have in like my world. 10 years ago, I wouldn't, but we're at the year, 2020. So this is almost 10 years into investing, and the income snowball had kicked in. And so the money just builds up. I literally had $141,000 from reserves, and bank account dropped me down to $200 to my name. That's what I had. I used my retirement account as a reserve. Lenders will look at 50% of the money in a retirement account as a reserve. I had 80 something thousand, so it was enough reserve. They were happy. Because of COVID, I have since emptied that account and put that money to work in a triplex, and now it's actually working for me. But I purchased January 6th, 2020, had $200 to my name. Since I closed on the 6th, I collected the rents for January. My first mortgage payment wasn't until March 1st, so I collected the rents for February. So a fourplex rents in January and February. I also had a job, and I had other cash flowing rentals. I had over $10,000 in my account in February and $200 in my account in January. So I wouldn't recommend going that close on margin in the beginning on your first deal or two. But once you have the income snowball, you can actually start to do things like, I don't care, because I had a $17,000 credit card. I had a retirement account I could have tapped. I had cash flow. I had employment. Like there was multiple reasons why it made sense for me to do that. That's the exact numbers on the fourplex. When I first moved in, positive cash flow was about $1,700 a month, maybe a little more, but I remember set aside for repairs and maintenance and vacancy. Since then, I've used the binder strategy, and rents have increased. One of the tenants used the binder strategy on me before I got to them, and they increased it, but not a lot. I thought it was smart. And now I'm making $2,500 a month to live in the fourplex. But the best thing, the biggest impact was the fourplex was my second house hack. The first one was a duplex. So I lived in a duplex, rented out the other side. I was paying about $300 a month. So negative cash flow, but house hacking reduced my expense, didn't eliminate it, right? When I moved from the duplex into the fourplex, I then got to rent out both units. And that first year, it started cash flowing about $800 a month. Now it's cash flowing. Mortgage is 13, rents are 15 and 15. So 1,400-ish after setting aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy. Maybe even a little more. So increased cash flow from the duplex, increased cash flow from the fourplex, and then a couple years go by, and both have increased in cash flow again. It's almost like you should buy rental properties, and then time is your best friend. Also refinance the duplex to a better interest rate because they were 5.8 and then dropped to 3.1. So I almost got it, literally 50% reduction in interest rates in 2020. So cash flowing much better than it was when I first got it. So there's the numbers on the fourplex. Michael, howdy. I'm looking at modular as they are built offsite and delivered. Mobile homes do seem to be getting more popular, valuable though. Yep, depends on the lending usually too. So Sam, thank you. I know it's 10:20, so I totally get it if people are getting tired. Andrew, howdy. Kavish, random question. Where do you believe property values will be in 10 years? Let's say your area or Seattle or Los Angeles. So here's the funny thing with property values. From 1970, 1990, 2010, 2022, 2032, property values are exactly the same. I don't think they've changed a penny. The dollar loses value every year. Even times when we have the dollar is strong, lots comparing it to other dollars out there. The dollar in 1970 could buy so much more than it can now that in 10 years, I expect, since we printed $120 billion a month for the last 18 months, that the dollar is going to have a significantly lower value in 10 years. So I want to own the asset like real estate, which is going to appreciate at a minimum to the value of the loss of the dollar, because the asset remains the same. Demand does increase. In the last 10 years, we built less than any of the last 10 years for the last 50 years. Like there's a chart of some picture that I'm going to put in a video pretty soon where it's like built every 10 years, last 10 years. So demand is high. In the 70s, we got, in 54 or something with a 30-year loan that before that you couldn't even do that. It wasn't allowed. Now we're getting 30 and 40-year fixed rate debt. YouTube University is changing the investing landscape, creating more people to understand the power of real estate. So a lot of people are moving from other asset classes into real estate. We have foreign investors trying to come here, to the point where everyone talks about Canada stopping foreign investors for 2 years. Well, this is the second time. That 2 years ago, they instituted no investors from outside of Canada for 2 years, and they just renewed it. So it's not like it's a new thing. It's just extended 2 more years. That could happen here. So in my life, there's never been a time where properties are worth less than what they were 10 years ago. There are markets where it crashed. 2008, we had a 10% drop. That didn't take it down below where it was in 98, but it took it down below where it was in 2004, 2005. And then over the years, we've seen up to like a 30% decrease. What do they call it? Peak to trough, according to Michael Zuber will say that because he's an accountant. Yeah, so that's my estimate. In 10 years, we will all be looking at prices from today going, wow, I wish I bought more. And that's not age specific. That's not anything. Every single investor wishes we bought more back when. Everyone right now is like, oh man, 2008 would have sucked to buy a property. And then 2009 and 10, it was worth so much. Can you imagine being able to get a duplex today for 2008 price? My friend just paid $555,000 for a duplex that in 2008 would have been maybe 200,000. Like I would love to buy that at the peak of the market in 2008 and have it today. Buy and hold investors did really well because rents went up, because when we had all those foreclosures, we had more renters, increasing demand. I also think home prices will be higher in 10 years because the option to work from home is becoming more and more available, not less. We had a trial run with the pandemic where everybody was told to work from home. And then some companies have tried to say, come back. And some people have said, no, they've just changed companies. It's going to be more common to want more living space because you can homeschool kids, you can work from home. So home values are going to increase because of demand not being so much centric to cities. People will live in cities because they want the city life, not because they have to live in cities to get the work. So none of us have a crystal ball, but I'm fairly confident that if you just look at the track history of the last 10,000 years, property values basically stay the same, but the currency gets weaker. That'd be my estimate. Kavish, like what does a typical 4-unit sell for now in your area, and where do you think that price will be in 10 years? And I guess same question for rents. Break out the crystal ball, right? So I think in 10 years, rents will be up based on the dollar being weaker. I don't know that for the next 2 or 3 years, rents are going to increase much because of how much they increased in the last 2 years. I mean, literally 20 to 40% increases. So the fourplex that I bought for $590, currently I would pay $1.6 million for it in 2 years, triple the price, close to triple the price. Yeah, dollars lost a ton of value. Rents have skyrocketed. It's crazy. So it pays to do the work every day. Dawn, hit that like button. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you've been here the whole time, Dawn, wow, you're a power horse. We're coming up on 3 hours and 24 minutes. Awesome. Hopefully some of this information is helpful for you. My Earth Guide. Yes, thank you. Andrew, I'll buy a few copies of that book. Awesome. That would be great. I can't wait. I want to get this Audible done. I wonder if I play Audible, will you guys be able to hear it? So can I do here's just chapter 6. Chapter 6, guest interview. 26-year-old Dave Ramsey and the FIRE movement. I loved this interview because it showed me that Generation Z. Chapter 6. Now I don't know how to stop it. Guest interview. 26-year-old Dave Ramsey and the FIRE movement. I loved this interview because it showed me that Generation Z and millennials can get on the property ladder. How do I stop this from playing? That's not. It also showed me the importance of producing content for Instagram and YouTube, as those generations are. There's got to be a way to stop this on those platforms. This couple impressed me with their desire for financial freedom and retiring early. At 26, I was just interested. Sorry. So if that came through, cool. That's what it's going to sound like. It's a Mac. I'm a gamer. I'm a PC guy. So I didn't know how Macs worked. There was no way to, it didn't show anywhere. It was like a little tiny button in the corner. So that's the recording, what it's going to be like when the sound quality lets me record. Once that's done, I'll be working on my book. My Earth Guide. Love that book structure. Awesome. Thank you. And then just so everyone is aware, I'm going to read through all the questions and comments that there are, but we're probably going to be calling it there because we're hitting the 3.5 hour mark. And on the East Coast, it's pretty late for some people. Todd, howdy. Question, high property tax states, Texas and such. Are these states that you would not invest in because the property taxes are too high? Thank you. I actually don't think the property taxes in Texas are high. They're high in New Jersey. The taxes in Texas, say that 5 times, reset every year. But they do in Washington too. So every year I get a new assessment from the county tax assessor saying, here's what we're going to take from you and give to someone else. Tenants pay taxes. Whatever the taxes are, impact area average rents. Where someone in Texas is going to get in trouble is they're going to look at their property and they're going to see the taxes from what it was before. They're going to buy it. Buying the property in Washington or Texas creates a new factual event that says this is the value of this property. So it's really hard to argue with the county tax assessor when you just paid a certain amount. So when you're running your numbers, the county that you live in and the state that you live in will factor taxes a certain way, a certain percentage of the value of the property. Run your numbers with the taxes where they are based on the purchase, and you won't run into problems. The investors who ran the taxes based on what they currently were and then paid much higher than the last buyer did, because incrementally, they might have gone up a little every year, unless you have Prop 13 for California, where it sets at purchase and then doesn't reset again until purchase, if that's anything close to what that rule is like. Yeah, so as long as you factor in the prices into your numbers, know your area average, how they factor the taxes, because it's not the taxes in Texas are expensive, is that they reset every year. So people are buying it, looking at the wrong data. Look at what it's going to be based on your purchase, because it's not like next year it's going to go up double or triple. Whatever the appreciation is, it can reset to that value too. So just run that in your numbers, and that's where rent increases are actually a thing. So that's what would I get my yield based on the rent, the taxes on the value that I'm buying it at, not what it was last sold at. Esther, howdy, you can buy my book. Awesome. Andrew, any opinion on LIRPs? It acts as a Roth, long-term care insurance, and whole life insurance. I don't know anything about it. I shy away from anything retirement account associated. I know Roths are better than 401k. I don't like the limits that how much you can contribute. I don't like self-directed anything because you turn passive income into active income, losing a lot of the tax benefits that you would have had if you just invested the money yourself. So I don't know enough about that to give a an actual concise answer. Sorry. If you're into retirement accounts, there is some studying to do to pick the one that's right for you. If you don't have any way to invest to put the money to work, retirement accounts might be the best option. But if you develop an investing strategy where with real estate, you get cash flow now, appreciation on multiples of what you invest, principal pay down where the tenant's paid off, and the tax benefits are better than retirement accounts, I'm frustrated by every penny that I put into our 401k to get the match. Like, that irritates me. Still do it to get the free money because mathematically people tell me it's smart, but I don't like it because that money could be in a rental, making me more money, appreciation, pay down, and getting better tax benefits. Earth My Guide, what are your thoughts on putting rental properties in an LLC? So there is, I won't do it tonight. There's a video on my channel called LLC Rant, why you do not need a LLC. There are times having an LLC makes sense. If you have partners, they're designed to protect you from someone else's mistakes. If you need hard money, a lot of those hard money lenders are going to require you to have an LLC. But I have a long list of reasons why I don't want higher interest rates, worse loan options, refinance problems, higher insurance costs, more likely to get sued because people think businesses have deeper pockets than people do. Like, I have a long list of why LLCs suck. And the reason that I get a little frustrated and don't want to talk about it too much tonight, and why that video is a good one to watch because it's a rant, is because if you're investing and you have several rental properties and you decide, I'm going to put these 3 in an LLC and these 3 in an LLC and these 3 in an LLC, and I'll feel diversified and protected, great. Who cares, right? But that new investor that doesn't even own their house yet, let alone an investment property, gets stopped in their tracks when they think, I can't buy a rental. I don't even have an LLC. I don't even know how to make an LLC. How do you name an LLC? Like, all these things that happen. How do you get lending to an LLC when, it doesn't have a history? It doesn't have work history. It doesn't have credit. So I could just buy it in my name, commit fraud, put it in the LLC, hope I don't trigger the due on sale clause with the lender because my lender said it was okay, and some underwriter is going to agree with that when they find out in 6 months. Like, Beth has, I think, had to pull properties out of LLCs to refinance. So if you're someone like Beth who is just killing it at this, I don't care what your structure is. Do great, right? But that new investor who doesn't have a rental yet, you do not need an LLC. There is no asset protection. The counties where I invest, they don't pierce them. Judges can pierce the veil on an LLC if it's in just your name and you don't have partners, not because you messed up and you commingled finances, just because you were the owner. In the 2 counties I invest, they are flat out, since 1996, disregarded. They don't exist. The IRS determined all LLCs are disregarded entities. They don't exist for tax benefits, so there are absolutely no tax benefits to having an LLC. And courts can go, based on that precedence, you own this. This is your asset. And when you get sued, your assets and LLCs are not protected because they're your assets. Now, if you have partners, changes the game. And if you need LLCs to hide your name because you're a criminal mastermind or something, sure. Or if you need hard money, makes sense. So that's my opinion on LLCs. If you want one, but it doesn't stop you from investing, go for it. It doesn't hurt you. Costs a little bit, makes your lending worse, makes your insurance worse, makes it harder for your CPA is going to tell you to have an LLC. Have every property in an LLC, because then they get to file each one, renew each one, maintain each one. Like, that's their business model to make money. Can't imagine why they'd want you to have them. Attorneys, the same thing. They get to bill you based on how many LLCs and how confusing your structure is for them to do work. Can't imagine why they'd want you to have one too. I did an interview on Michael Zuber's One Rental at a Time. I don't know the name of the video, but it was with an attorney who was pro LLC and I was con LLC. And according to the comments section, I believe I won the argument. So it's not that they're good or bad. It's that my fear is somebody can use it as an excuse to not take action. And that defeats the whole purpose of at least 30 hours a week I've been putting into YouTube now for over a year. Like, I'm just trying to help people get on the property ladder and invest and make work optional. And people are putting barriers in front because of something they heard somewhere where you need an LLC. So, Beth, yes, buy your freedom. Exactly. You buy money, assets that pay for food, travel, transportation, healthcare. You're buying your freedom. Beth, I believe that the number of finance properties can have more than one loan on each finance property. Yes, that's true. But each loan counts as one in your name if it's in your name and it's Fannie Freddie backed. Some seconds aren't. So it depends on the loan structure. Gavin, and howdy, Beth. Thanks for hanging out. Gavin, what were the base rates at Convoy Lending? I called for a rate sheet and it never came. You called? I would email. They're more responsive to emails. I think I could buy it down for 3 points. I could buy it down to like 6 or 6 point something percent. So it's an investment property, not owner occupied, and small multifamily. It was a 5-unit. So it got 2 bumps. So they were right on track with where I thought they should be. I still would have compared them to a commercial loan for rates just to see what I would have got. I haven't gotten the offer accepted, and that's when I do compare rates once I have one under contract. So they were in the 6s, but this was just a few weeks ago when that was kind of normal. Flash of light. Howdy. Good to hear you allow pets. If you buy a property with trashed carpets, what type of flooring will you use to replace the carpet, given future tenant's dog and cat might pee on it? I use LVP in all rooms, kitchen, bathroom. It's water resistant. I haven't had any issues with pets yet. LVP. And I don't source it from Lowe's or Home Depot. Their stuff is pretty much crap. Lumberjack Landlord has a guy that he suggests you use that actually delivers it anywhere in the country. And if you come to his live stream on Sundays, he'll actually have that memorized and give it to you. I should probably just write that down somewhere. But I find a local floor trader. I like to buy local. I go in and I find out from whatever big projects they have, what are their current pallets that are plenty for me to do whatever my sites are. And then I'll buy at least one extra box to keep repair stuff, store it at the property. Best deal. I go for the thickest LVP I can find. I don't have any over under tenants, but I do have a fourplex that's like town home side, like they're side by side. So each tenant has an above and bottom in their own unit. And I do at least a 30 thickness, whatever the grain is or whatever the numbers mean for upstairs, because it's super noise reduction for up and downstairs. But I will never put carpet. The only place I put carpet is on stairs. Less chance for slip fall, cheaper to put in than anything else I've found. So I'll go and I'll buy a remnant for like $100 or $200, and then I've got a carpet guy that for like $200 carpets the stairs. So less chance for injury, but it's the only place I'll put carpet in. Carpet is gross. I live in Washington State where it's always muddy. I mean, summer landed on a weekend last year, so it wasn't too bad. But most days you're going to track mud into the house, and carpet is, especially with pets. Eddie, thank you for the mental shift on lack of streams of income. Never thought of it that way. Good, great. Hopefully that's impactful, because it was eye-opening for me. And I don't think it happened until I had the house rented out with a good tenant. I was house hacking a duplex, and I bought the next duplex, and I sat back, and so I wasn't free yet. It wasn't even financially stable yet. I probably had $1,500 a month coming in, so the cash flow minus the 300, I had 1,500 in profit, maybe, whether I went to work or not. How much would $1,500 a month right now that you don't have, just magically the first of the month, you get an extra $1,500? That was when my brain said, I've lost my job. The Marine Corps downsized after Desert Storm. I had to close a trucking company because my ex-wife emptied the wages and tax account. I had to, I got laid off from the police department in 2008 because of the recession. I kept losing my source of income. And then I had some sources of income, and I was like, wow, like that one could burn to the ground. Insurance would probably take care of it, but I still have these other sources of income coming in. And it was like this unknown weight, like the relaxation that happened that I didn't know was pushing me down. So I'm hoping to help you get to getting a few streams of income that aren't coming from you selling your life 1 hour at a time, and then you can get that same feeling. That would be cool. Rich, we talk about getting to 4 rentals doing the work, and that would be the average rental income. Look at the 4 rentals. So it depends if you're going single family or small multifamily. With me, 4 properties was 7 units. Cash flow with 7 units, and I paid off the single family. So I don't remember what the cash flow was before I did this. I'd have to do the math on it. Was $2,700 a month, and I was house hacking, so I didn't have a mortgage payment at all. So profit was $2,700 a month. When I was a police officer, my take-home pay was $1,300 every 2 weeks. So in a month, I made $2,600, and I had a mortgage, and I had to commute to work and all these things. Like I had these expenses related with work. Now cash flow from the rentals, because I was still working, but $2,700 a month coming in that I didn't have to work for 4 properties. And 4 is just a number. We say to get to 4 because it's relatable. Mentally, I think most of us watching right now can go, I can get to 4. If we all said you've got to get to 115 like the lumberjack landlord, or you're just complete failure at this and you'll never be successful. 115, it's a massive accomplishment to be like I'm happy to know somebody that can do that, right? But I don't think I would get there. Like even financially free with 16 rental units. I figured out I don't think I'd get to 115. I don't want to get to 115, but I can get to 4. My kids can get to 4. You can get to 4. And when you do, that's when the income snowball starts to kick in. That's when you sit back every month. And when that 2,700 was coming in every month to savings rate, no mortgage, like bank account started doing something I never thought was possible. I'm going to share my bank account during the Three Amigos live stream on Thursday. I'm literally going to open up the app and show there was an amount of money in there that I watch movies and people kill each other for. Like they kill each other for a tenth of what's in there. And that's in there because of the income snowball. And I'm hoping to get each of you to that point. And there's some people watching, like Beth, that make way more money than I do. Kavish. So back to the topic of reserves and yields. When you have your yield calculated, it's not the same yield every year, mainly because once you hold the vacancy and maintenance repairs 15% in your reserves, then the yield would increase drastically the following year. No, because you wouldn't need to account for those if you didn't use them for year 2 and so on. Thank you very much for taking the time to answer our questions. Best channel on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. It's a cool compliment. So it's not actually how I look at it. That is a way to look at it. I think Matt, the lumberjack landlord, does that because he has his reserves filled and then he just looks at the cash flow. I run the numbers on the asset like it was standalone and I didn't have the reserves. So my reserve is full and my cash flow every month is like $14,000. But I'm also still calculating that I set aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy. It's just instead of that money coming to me in my cash flow, it's going to the investment fund. So I don't see it. It's that pay yourself first thing. It's still going to the buy the next property. If it went to me and then I used my reserves because I had a foundation issue, water heater break, floor rot, mold, something that just depleted it. And then I had to take that extra money, that 15%, and start filling it. And that impacted my ability to live because I was using cash flow to live. That would be a bad day, right? So my cash flow for my life is after setting aside for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy, even when the reserve account is full. But my investing account grows faster. So I still calculate the yield. The reason the yield is better at year 3 than year 1 is because rents increase. Mortgage almost stays the same. Insurance can go up, taxes can go up, but not the way rents do. Last year, 20 to 28% increase on the binder strategy on all of my properties. The cash flow change, and according to Chester's math, from 128,000 to 168,000, just on rent changes. And that's not factoring in putting in less for repairs, maintenance, and vacancy. I'm still factoring that is going to the side. So the return does tend to get bigger. Don't count on it. It's like we don't count on appreciation. We don't count on rent increases. That property needs to get at least my return that I want now, starting year 1. I run the numbers year 2 or 3, and overall my return is over 20% now. But first year on almost all the properties except for one, it was around 10 to 11%. One property was 17. So I just got a great deal. Yeah. So I don't quite look at it that way. You can, and Matt does, and it works fine. And as your portfolio gets big enough to where it costs me, even when I do goof off things like come to Florida and spend $10,000 a month, it's going to cost me $30,000 to $40,000 to live this year, and the cash flow was over $100,000. So do I really care? But that first couple, I really always break down the numbers because that is when it does matter. You buy an alligator like Michael Zuber talks about, where you lose a little bit of money every month and you really delay the next deal. You buy one that's profiting and getting your yield, and then the next one's happening faster and faster and faster. So cool. And thank you for hanging out on the channel. I'm hoping the information helps. Redfish Fun. Howdy. If you have a date to rent out a property, how far in advance do you look for renters? Usually at least a month at a minimum. I've done like 2 weeks before because it was unexpected. Tenant inherited a house and said, "Hey, I'm moving," and I was like, "Great." Listed, called the housing authority, and had somebody ready to where I had a gap of 4 days to do a complete tenant turnover, which included flooring and paint. Um, that was rough. It was hard to coordinate that more than to find the tenant. So I generally want a month because people sometimes need to give notice where they're at. In Washington State, it's 20 days to give not renew notice. So you want them to have that first part of the month to make up their mind and then give their notice. Done as little as 2 weeks. You can do longer. I have one coming available because a tenant is buying a place. They're moving out at the end of this month. So I'm probably going to list it maybe around the 15th. Probably I want 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks of the month will be plenty. I've already got applications in. I still have to list. I still have to screen. I still have to do everything normal because I have some Section 8. I have some military. I get all my ducks in a row in case I'm ever audited. Everything looks exactly the same. So there's never any chance of discrimination or anything like that. Mark, thank you. Julie, I worry about you putting out. Oh wait, there we go. The chat moved. Worry about you putting out too much personal information out there and setting yourself up for scammers and lawsuits. I get people that try to scam me every day. I call them wholesalers. As soon as they find out you got a little bit of money, they send you the worst deals. And I think they're hoping to find somebody who just doesn't know how to run the numbers. And I do worry about sharing the numbers. But one of the problems I have watching YouTube University and educating myself on BiggerPockets and watching other channels is they talk theory. They talk, if you paid $100,000 and you got $10,000 a year, you have a 10% cash on cash return. And you said, douchey, I just started sounding just saying it that way. I want to say, it took this long to save this much money. I purchased it. Here were the problems when I did it. These are things you can do to try to not have those problems. And here was my yield. And yeah, it is a dangerous overshare. And I do set myself up for a target, for lawsuit, for scams. If I get scammed, that's my fault. But I sleep better at night thinking I'm sharing the exact details that help you, all of you, make the decisions to have a better financial future. So it's worth the risk. Baby cakes. I am saving for my first property. I am more scared because I can't buy where I live. I need to relocate. My recipe to save: cheap car, cooking at home, great vacation on a strict budget. Thank you. That's a good plan. If you can't buy where you live, it kind of sounds like maybe you're living in an expensive area. And one thing to consider is house hacking is more important the more expensive the area you live in is. And here's an example. Millennial Mike works in law enforcement and lives in Seattle. Income is over 6 figures. House hacking, living for free. When he moves out of his house hack, it'll start cash flowing $2,400 a month. He's buying properties in Gary, Indiana. Super smart. So he's house hacking in the expensive area. Best thing he's doing. He's buying at a distance where he makes $200 to $300 per property. And it doesn't take as much to buy it, $20,000 to $40,000 with repairs and everything, right? So down payments in our area would cost him probably $80,000 to buy one as an investment property, but he could house hack for $20,000 to $40,000. Move and rent out the other side of his unit, make $2,400 a month in cash flow. Or buy in Indiana and make $200 to $300. How many $200 to $300s does it take in Gary, Indiana to get $2,400 that you would get from one house hack? So I suggested in a video that we did recently that towards the end, it was at the end of the video. What was the video on? Invest local or at a distance. So it was out about a week ago. I said, keep investing at a distance, but you've lived in your duplex for more than a year now. I would repeat the house hack and then continue to invest. You don't have to house hack a whole bunch of times, but one or two can really set you up, especially in a high cost of living area. Because if he moves to Gary, Indiana, law enforcement there is going to make a fraction. House hacking might save him $600 a month instead of $2,400 a month. So it's just not as big of an impact. So if you're going to buy investment properties, yes, at a distance might make more sense. But if you can figure out how to get house hacking, the more expensive the area you live in, the more impactful house hacking will be for you. You have options. Johnny, cash flow. Howdy. What's up, real estate freaks? Jamie, howdy. Hola, mija. ¿Cómo está? Kavish, thank you again. Have a great night. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Rick, stop it. Johnny, cash flow, you base it off of purchase in Texas. Right, purchase, and then every year it can reassess based on what happens to values in the area. Same thing with Washington State. Stop it. Thanks, Todd. Thank you, Todd. Howdy, Todd and Chester. Rylus Dana is the lawyer's name. I wasn't going to call him out by name, but he had a great argument. And then we actually did a Bitcoin one the next week. He knows his stuff. Like, and I really think it was a great debate on the LLC stuff, because he didn't come in going, here's all my reasons why you need an LLC. He actually came in and said, give me your reasons why you think you do or don't need one. And then he processed it. So it really wasn't even a debate. So that wasn't kind of fair. I don't know that I won a debate, as I think I had articulate answers to well thought out questions. Yeah, I watch Rylus on Zuber's channel all the time. Jason, howdy. One way they've tried Road Property 13 in California is that investment properties that are inherited get reassessed property taxes. Prop 19 passed in 2020 and sold it to the electorate under another pretext. Oh, so they pork bellied it and got it through. Right. So it takes tax money to do stuff. They will figure out how to get it. Armando, howdy. Took a message back to make me lose sleep tonight to wonder forever what that was. Dion, do you have a video in your playlist that talks about tax benefits of rental properties, such as accelerated depreciation, etc.? I have not. Michael Zuber and the Lumberjack have done several of those, because they do dollar cost average. 3 hours and 51 minutes, my brain is shutting off. They did cost segregation, where Michael Zuber is a real estate professional, Lumberjack landlord's spouse is a real estate professional, so it can impact other sources of income. I work a W-2. I don't work more in real estate than my W-2. I don't work more than 751 hours in a year in real estate. I don't qualify as a real estate professional, so I haven't done cost segregation, because my real estate writes off against my real estate, not my W-2. If I was a real estate professional, then accelerated depreciation or that kind of stuff would help. I haven't. So I wrote a check for my W-2 taxes, and I carried forward a loss for my rental income. I probably will make a video, but not today, with the Lumberjack or Michael Zuber on the tax benefits of accelerated depreciation. But I haven't had to use it, because just regular scheduled amortized depreciation and write-offs has made it to where I have never paid a penny on rental income tax. And I like to talk about things I've done and have experience. When I talk about something like invested at distance, meet Millennial Mike. He's doing it. Meet Matsky Finance. He's doing it. Like that. Get the guys on there that have done it. So for that, I'm going to have one of them come on, or maybe do that this week with the Three Amigos. That's a great idea. And a good question too. Chester, American Flooring Corporation is the company that ships LVP to anywhere in the county, country, and you believe they're based out of Las Vegas. And when you call them American Flooring Corporation, thanks, Julie, say the Lumberjack sent you. Rich, off topic, you're losing your hair. Should I shave your head? I wasn't going to shave my head. Had a friend go through some health stuff, and so he had to shave his head. And I said, I'll shave my head with you. And then I realized I liked it a lot better. I actually, years ago, I had hair to my waist, super curly. Like I've got super curly hair to my waist. And no, I like that shaved head. So much easier, so much better. And I haven't sunburned in Florida too. I'm amazed. Try it out. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell your friends and family. Just do it, and do it for like 2 months, and then see how you feel about it. Mariana, howdy. I found a house hack. It's in the school district needed for your divorce, but I won't be living rent free. It will be about the same as renting. What tips do you have for saving for the next one? So the first house hack doesn't always completely eliminate your housing cost. So as long as it's not more than rent, but you're still gaining appreciation, principal pay down, and getting the tax benefits, I would do it. For saving for the next one, avoid life creep. You don't need a newer car, especially you just got divorced. You don't need to take the fancy trip. You don't need to do anything that costs more money. You need to focus for 2 to 5 years on put your head down, take care of the kid, work, figure out ways to make more money, figure out ways to spend less money. That could be cut cable. Don't watch commercials. My biggest advice to anybody who wants to reach financial freedom is eliminate all commercials. Hulu upgraded with no commercials. HBO, Netflix, YouTube Premium, any of those is better than cable and commercials. People with master's degree in psychology to teach people how to advertise to make you buy things you don't need and don't want. So I haven't watched a commercial in 10 years. Yeah, that's what I would do. But focus 2 to 5 years. It's going to suck. The next 2 to 5 years, you focus for the next 5 to 50 years to be better. And I'm not bitter about my divorces. I've had a couple. I call them practice runs. I wish my ex is the best, but and that small petty part of us that wants revenge, right? Because and it takes two people to mess up a marriage. So neither one of us was good guy or bad guy. But my dad taught me that the best revenge is to have a happy life, and I'm nailing it. So I wish them the best, but I'm going to focus on me having a good life more than anything about them. And that comes from that took that 5 years of sacrifice to get everything fixed to where I don't ever have to worry about money again. I don't have to worry about work again. And your kids will appreciate inheriting millions. What they'll understand as adults why they didn't get to go to Disney World and Disneyland 2 or 3 times a year. You went to like the park or on hikes or did things that didn't cost a lot of money, but were still things you could do together. G, howdy. Thanks, Dion. I've been watching your videos to learn your style of real estate investing. Look to invest in real estate. Awesome. My email is there. I'm going to put it in again when I'm done. Always feel free to reach out with questions. I love it. I love it when people show up for live streams and talk so long to where I start losing my voice. But anybody's always free to email me a question you don't want to ask in like a public forum too. Now I have an empty bottle and an empty glass. That's no good. But G, I appreciate you watching the channel, and I hope the information is helpful. Rick, you need to run for governor and do it my hand. No. There are 4 closets here. They couldn't hold the skeletons. So not running for public office. I can honestly say I've never been arrested in the United States, though. So that would help. Johnny Cashflow Ramirez. 3 Amigos is the best thing I've found so far. I love it. I think it's great because it's 3 very different ways of investing with 3 different goals for the end result. And hopefully all of us have done something that you can take away from, something from each of us that you can use and come up with literally the 4th Musketeer version, like your own version of how this works, that works for you. There is no one right way to do this. There is a one right way for you. And that includes a little bit, I think, from each one of us. I still learn from both of them during every video, which isn't saying a lot. I have a lot to learn. Dawn, howdy, you finally made it. Well, it's because it's been going on for 4 hours. I think when I get back to Washington, these are probably going to be the 3-hour style more so because I still work and Wednesday morning happens. Jay, have a good night. Angel R, howdy. Ladies are a distraction for your real estate journey. Yes, they are. They are a distraction from everything. Beautiful distraction. You just got to find a girl and get her to invest. Dawn, on our metal screen doors using the Schlage keyless locks, do you just use the deadbolt style of lock or does your door only have one hole? So most of mine have the deadbolt is replaced with the code, and then the bottom is just a handle, like a curvy little wavy handle. Literally think I have I have a phone somewhere. I was talking on my phone earlier. There it is. This is what they look like. Where did it go? That's the version right there. So the top part is going to be coated. Then the bottom has a handle or a wavy sideways handle. And I do both exterior doors that way. That way you don't ever have a tenant lockout because one battery could die. They're not both going to die. Primarily one door is going to be used with the code more than the other. Cool. Mariana, thank you. Thank you. Baby Cakes. I don't own a TV. I don't pay for a cable. I watch YouTube, and I agree with not watching commercials. Thank you for all the content. Great info. Want to relocate because Connecticut and New York is not landlord friendly. That is a good reason to relocate. Cool. I have a live stream where I did how to pick a market, and I listed off all of that. And then I recommend watching Matsky Finance or Millennial Mike because they invest at a distance, and they have several videos on how they pick their market. So I don't know if that'll help you pick a place to move, but it could help you pick a market. Rick, let's go, Dion. Good night. Ciao. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Jason, your aunt's on husband number 3, been together a long time now. 3rd time was the charm. I'm going to have the ring finger surgically removed, so it's not an option. I've met me. I wouldn't wish me on anybody. Baby Cakes. Good night. Ciao. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. All right, we're wrapping up for the night. I'll give it like 30 seconds in case there's any questions, but across the 4-hour mark, I appreciate everybody who hung out and anybody who even came in for just a little bit of time. I appreciate every time somebody takes that. Your time is important, but anytime you leave a comment, it makes my day. I answer all comments. I don't have an assistant. I go in, I get to answer everything. There are times I wake up and I have over 200 videos on this channel and several thousand views in a day, and there won't be any comments. And I'll be like, nobody liked anything I did this week. Yeah. So you're set up, replace 7 locks this afternoon. Awesome, Don. Cool. All right. You guys have an evening full of marvelous. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will do the 3 Amigos on Thursday. I'll have a video coming out this Sunday or this weekend. And until next week, until my next video, thanks for coming to my Dion Talk.